Through the books provided by the 8 demon lords, the entire sacred demon heaven was clearly presented in front of Kui Heng. Through the books provided by the 8 demon lords, the entire sacred demon heaven was clearly presented in front of Kui Heng. The sacred demon heaven was divided into 24 regions. This division was said to have been set up by an ancient 9th realm demon emperor. Now, 15 of those regions were ruled by the 9 demon lords. The other 9 regions were classified as forbidden zones because of the many battles in the past. Most of these places had the corpses of 8th realm experts or the fragments of some powerful divine weapon. Even the demon lords at the peak of the 7th realm did not dare to approach them. In the 15 regions ruled by the 9 demon lords, there were more than 30 ancient ruins. These places were also extremely dangerous. Even demon lord level experts could only explore the outer areas and could not enter the core. Clearly, the sacred demon heaven had an extremely brilliant civilization in the past. There were many 8th realm experts ruled by 9th realm experts, leaving behind many traces of cultivation powerhouses. This also confirmed by Hong's words. However, this glorious past was not clear in the records. To be precise, the records about the 8th and 9th realms were very vague. It could even be said to be a little scattered. It was as if they had been extracted from a complete book. This was naturally not because the 8 demon lords wanted to hide something. They did not have the guts to do so at all. The reason was also described in the records of these books. 320,000 years ago, the sacred demon heaven was invaded, and an unprecedented great destruction followed. According to the description in the books. At that time, an 8th realm lord of the heavens crossed the void and led more than 20 Dao lord-level experts, intending to forcefully explore an ancient ruin of the sacred demon heaven. At that time, although the sacred demon realm had already declined, there were still more than 10 demon lords. Moreover, 10 of the demon lords had divine weapons left behind by their ancestors. They were powerful treasures equivalent to the 8th realm in essence, and their power was extremely terrifying. Such an overall force could be considered powerful in the myriad worlds and endless starry sky. But even so, the sacred demon heaven was no match for the Lord of the Heavens. The 10 demon lords attacked together and used all their heaven ascension divine weapons, but they were still no match for the Lord of the Heavens. Their greatest result was only cutting off the crown of the Lord of the Heavens. This caused the Lord of the Heavens to be furious and launch a massacre to destroy the sacred demon heaven. After that battle, countless inheritance books were destroyed in one day. All 10 demon lords died, and the 10 heaven ascension divine weapons were all snatched away. The remaining demon lords were also subdued and used either as mounts, or as family-nurturing spiritual roots. In the 20,000 years after that, the entire sacred demon heaven almost became the backyard of the Lord of the Heavens. All the demons became the slaves of the Lord of the Heavens. Even the junior disciples of the Lord of the Heavens could do whatever they wanted in the sacred demon heaven. They could capture people as mounts and collect divine medicines. There was even a time when golden immortals used demon sages as mounts. However, all of this ended after the incident 300,000 years ago. The Lord of the Heavens who enslaved the sacred demon heaven suddenly died. Even the heaven domain he was in was destroyed into countless fragments, becoming the first heaven domain in history to be completely destroyed. That's right. That was the Purple Sun Heaven. When Kui Heng was reading these books, he was very surprised to discover that the person who led the many Dao lords to invade the sacred demon realm 320,000 years ago was actually the Purple Sun Heavenly Lord at that time. It was precisely because the Purple Sun Heaven had collapsed 300,000 years ago that the demon sages regained their freedom. Then, they rebuilt the demon civilization from the ruins and slowly recovered their strength. This was also one of the reasons why the demon lords immediately chose to submit to Kui Heng after realizing his strength. Their historical experience told them that the consequences of provoking an expert were too serious. The Great Destruction also caused the entire sacred demon heaven to tremble. Some fragments fell into the Broken Realm Sea and formed small worlds. The so-called Broken Realm Sea was the general name of the alternate space of the sacred demon heaven. Because there were a large number of incomplete small worlds in the alternate space, and these small worlds were usually formed from fragments of the heaven domain, they were called the Broken Realm Sea. Although the loss of a single fragment did not have much of an effect on the sacred demon heaven itself, if one could help the sacred demon heaven retrieve the fragments, they could obtain a certain amount of the power of the heavenly Tao, allowing their strength to increase greatly. They could even possess some of the characteristics of a Lord of the Heavens. This was the only way for a Tao Lord expert to possess a portion of the power of the Eighth Realm after the disappearance of the Heaven Realm. It was also the reason why Demon Lord White Phoenix schemed to let the sacred demon heaven devour that small world. These were all the basic information about the sacred demon heaven. In addition, Kui Heng also learned many details. For example, the situation of the various forces, the distribution of mountains and rivers, the location of various resources, the basic situation of the ruins and forbidden zones, and so on. These were extremely beneficial to Kui Heng's nascent soul cultivation. Unfortunately, because of the great destruction brought about by the Purple Sun Heaven's Lord, the ancient records of the sacred demon heaven were almost wiped out. There were very few records from 300,000 years ago, and it was impossible to obtain information about the heaven realm from them. However, through the records of spirituality and other books, Kui Heng still learned some important secrets. For example, the description of the eighth realm of the immortal world. This realm was called Lord of the Heavens. As the name suggested, this was the ruler of a heaven domain under the heaven realm system. An existence at this realm could greatly mobilize the power of the great Tao laws in their heaven domain, which was the so-called power of the heavenly Tao. Cultivators at that level had a complete advantage over seventh realm cultivators. What surprised Kui Heng was that he could not rely on himself to cultivate to this realm. Only by obtaining the authority bestowed by the heaven realm after ascending to the heaven realm could one become a Lord of the Heavens. Then, there was the common operation of this martial cultivation system. Transcending realm. Just like how mystic deities and Tai mystic deities could become golden immortals by consuming immortal true essence, it was the same for breaking through to become a Lord of the Heavens. Even if one had yet to reach the grand completion stage of the Tao body and was still at the Creator realm, as long as he ascended to the heaven realm and obtained the authority bestowed by the heaven realm, he could directly become a Lord of the Heavens at the eighth realm. However, it was precisely because reaching this realm relied on the existence of the heaven realm that after the heaven realm disappeared, no new eighth realm immortal had appeared. When all the lords of the heavens left behind from the old era died of old age, eighth realm cultivators would become a legendary existence in the myriad worlds. This was also the reason why the current heavens no longer had a ruler. No matter how I look at it, there's something wrong with this cultivation method. Kui Heng couldn't help but complain in his heart. They already know how to use the immortal true essence to exploit cultivators. How could they not think that they might also be being exploited in a similar way? Thinking of this, he suddenly had a thought. He shook his head and chuckled. Perhaps I was wrong. It's not that they don't know that they're being exploited, but they developed a method to exploit the myriad worlds using this method. Layers of exploitation. However, the people of the Purple Sun Realm had also said that the former lords of the heavens might have held a heaven realm supreme treasure and had the ability to open the heaven realm gate. They might not have really been exploited. If I want to further understand the mysteries of the eighth realm and the information about the heaven realm, I have to go to the Purple Sun Realm. He already had a plan. Other than the information about the eighth realm of the immortal world, Kui Heng also obtained a secret information that surprised him. In the books provided by these demon lords, the names of the Tao lords that Purple Sun Heavenly Lord had brought back then were recorded. The original intention of recording them was to let the future generations not forget their hatred and find the right enemy. However, one of the names and identities made Kui Heng feel that it was very ridiculous. Zhu Juntian. Zhu Juntian was actually one of the more than 20 Tao lords led by Purple Sun Heavenly Lord. He was also the strongest among those Tao lords. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of the Purple Sun Heavenly Lord. This was completely different from the Zhu Juntian that Kui Heng knew. The last ascender before the collapse of the heavens, the cause of the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven, a tragic figure whose entire family had been destroyed, leaving only him. This was Kui Heng's understanding of Zhu Juntian. The difference was too great. Of course, it was also possible that they only had the same name, but both of them were extremely important figures. One was a Tao Lord at the peak of the seventh realm, the personal disciple of a Lord of the Heavens. The other was directly related to the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven. But how could two people like them have the same name? They were both called Zhu Juntian, and it was all related to Purple Sun Heaven? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? The chances were too low. It was almost impossible. Looks like if I have the chance, I should go to those three places to take a look. Perhaps I can learn more about Zhu Juntian. Kui Heng thought to himself. Those three places referred to the three special places marked on the star map of the Dark Sea Star's Juntian Palace. It was said that those three places contained the treasures left behind by Zhu Juntian and contained the mysteries of the Sage King realm. To Kui Heng, the mysteries of the Sage King realm was nothing, but the information about an important person like Zhu Juntian was very valuable. However, this was all in the future. To Kui Heng, the most important thing now was only one thing. That was to digest these books and completely complete the cultivation process of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Then, he could focus on walking the path of the soul formation realm. Time passed like water. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Kui Heng finally finished studying all the books he had obtained from the 8 demon lords. This kind of study was not a simple flipping through. Instead, it was to find the relevant points as much as possible among the countless pieces of information and slowly integrate them into a mature system. It consumed a lot of energy and time. Of course, the gains were also huge. After studying these books, Kui Heng had almost completed the accumulation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Only less than 20% of the progress was left. Kui Heng finally came out of seclusion. However, he realized that Li Mingqiang and Li Weiyi were not the only ones who came to welcome him. There was also a group of Hong family members from Great Xia. After accepting everyone's bows, Kui Heng looked at one of the old men and asked, "Hong Kang, why are you here?" "Greetings, Immortal Venerable." Hong Kang bowed respectfully, and the Hong family members behind him also bowed. "Greetings, Immortal Venerable." Hong Kang bowed respectfully, and the Hong family members behind him also bowed. Li Mingqiang explained, "Master, they rushed over after receiving the news that you were in the heavenly void world and wanted to pay their respects to you." "Thank you, there's no need to be so polite." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "Speaking of which, I even saw Hong Yong's elder brother's sons when I went out this time." He was referring to Hong Runshi and Hong Runshu. They were the sons of Hong Fugui's third son, Hong Tai. In terms of seniority, Hong Kang had to address them as ancestors. "Immortal Venerable, you found my two ancestors?" Hong Kang said in shock. "They have already embarked on the immortal path and have a long lifespan, right?" "That's right." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "However, if there's a chance in the future, you can meet them too." Thinking of this, he suddenly wanted to say to the side, "Hong Yong, come over." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light appeared out of thin air. Hong Yong, who was the ancestral god of the Grand Xia, appeared in front of Kui Heng. "Ancestor." Hong Kang was immediately amazed. As expected of the creator of the city god divine system, Immortal Venerable could ignore the rules of the divine system and directly summon the old ancestor to the Great Jew. According to the rules of the city god system, the range of activity of the gods was the scope of their authority. As the ancestral god of the Grand Temple, Hong Yong could not leave Great Xia. Once he left Great Xia, he would lose the power of the deity position and things would become very dangerous. However, Hong Yong was still in the divine body state and did not look weak at all. Clearly, he was still in the state of a god. Hong Yong greets Immortal Venerable. Hong Yong hurriedly bowed. "All right." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "I originally only wanted to tell you about Hong Tai's two sons and let you know about Fugui. Now, I suddenly have a new idea." When he said this, he used the method of spreading rumors. While letting people hear a certain sentence or word, they would also obtain more information contained in these words. Therefore, after he said the words Hong Tai's two sons and news about Fugui, Hong Yong, Hong Kang, and the others automatically learned about Hong Runshu and Hong Runshi, as well as Hong Fugui's trip to Tai Hong Star. This saved Kui Heng time to explain in detail. He could directly change the topic to what he wanted to talk about. However, this was the first time Hong Yong and Hong Kang had received information like this. Their faces revealed very shocked expressions, but they were not ordinary people after all, and they quickly calmed down. "Please speak, Immortal Venerable," Hong Yong said respectfully. "Our Hong family and the entire Great Xia will cooperate fully. It's indeed related to you." Kui Heng nodded and said to Hong Yong, "I've seen the situation in Great Xia previously. You've done well as the city god and the ancestral god of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Thank you for your praise, Immortal Venerable, but this is just my duty." "It's nothing much," Hong Yong said humbly. "No." Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. "Once you ascend to godhood, you'll have extraordinary power and the authority to become a god. It's already rare for you to be able to maintain your heart and abide by your duties, so I plan to upgrade this divine system." "Upgrade?" Hong Yong was puzzled. "I plan to expand your authority and monitoring range." Kui Heng stood with his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, "The original intention of the city god system was to use the gods to inspect the administration of Great Xia's officials to cover for the integrity of the place. Now that 200 years have passed, the divine system is still operating in an orderly manner, and the country is also in an orderly state. It's enough for Zheng Ming and the others to use this divine system to maintain order and ensure the people's livelihood. However, in the past 200 years, there have been a lot more gods in the pantheon. I know that you used your achievements and reputation when you were alive to decide if you want to confer someone as a god after death, but with the accumulation of too many gods, it's inevitable that you'll feel a little bloated. This will allow many people who have made great contributions when they were alive to only be ordinary county magistrates after they die. They can even be relegated to being a day-wandering god or night-wandering god. Actually, this means that it's time for the divine system to expand. But over the years, Great Xia's territory has already reached a limit. It's difficult to continue expanding, so it's naturally impossible to expand the divine system, right? Immortal Venerable's Dharma eye is like a torch. That's right. Hong Yong smiled bitterly. After 200 years of accumulation, there are indeed too many gods. It's not easy to arrange positions for them, but we don't know how to resolve it. It was clearly impossible to expand the territory of the Great Jew. Not to mention that Great Xia's national strength could not be compared to Great Jew's. Just Li Mingqiang's identity alone made it impossible for them to expand to Great Jew. To Great Xia, this problem was almost unsolvable. What if we extend the divine system to the mortal world of Daoju Star? Kui Heng smiled and said, "Daoju Star is far larger than the heavenly void world. Not only can it accommodate the gods accumulated in the past 200 years, but it can also give you more room to expand. This is indeed a solution." Hong Yong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was immediately overjoyed. Then, he said in a rare manner, "Will this affect the interests of the Great Jew?" He was still very careful about this. After all, the Empress of the Great Jew, Li Mingqiang, was the disciple of Immortal Venerable. No matter what, he could not harm the interests of the Great Jew. "No." Kui Heng shook his head gently and looked at Li Mingqiang. "Mingqiang, you already have the ability to take away the entire Great Jew, right?" "Yes." Li Mingqiang nodded and said, "After my divine court was established, I could already incorporate the entire country into the divine court space. I've also been analyzing the laws of the heavenly void world for the past 10 years. Now that the preparations have been completed, I can cut off the entire Great Jew from the heavenly void world at any time and bring them into my divine court space. In the future, the heavenly void world will only have Great Xia. Bringing a country into her divine court space was a unique divine power related to the country's destiny. It was somewhat similar to the high-level usage of the miniature 1,000-mile court. Hong Yong fell silent when he heard this. What Li Mingqiang had just said was completely beyond his understanding. It was too exaggerated. After a while, he could only think of one sentence. "Congratulations, Empress Li." "Thank you." Li Mingqiang smiled and returned the greeting. Then, she said, "This is actually all thanks to Master's guidance. Without Master's help, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. There's no need to be so humble. Kui Heng waved his hand and said to Hong Yong, in the future, there will only be great Xia in the heavenly void world, and the overall space will be much smaller. Therefore, I will cast a spell and set it near Daoju Star so that it will no longer wander in the alternate space. In order to better inspect the entire Daoju Star and maintain the order of Daoju Star, the divine system needs to be expanded. There needs to be a heavenly court. An imperial court formed by gods. An imperial court formed by gods. As soon as Kui Heng said this, not only was Hong Yong surprised, but even Li Mingqiong was very surprised. The imperial court was essentially an organization that ruled over the people. Whether it was setting up various power directions or expanding the scope of power, it was actually to better rule. Although the current Great Xia had a divine system, it was only an appendage of the imperial court. It was used to make up for the lack of supervision due to inconvenient governance. It was not an independent ruling organization. If it was transformed into the form of an imperial court and the structure and authority was bolstered, it would definitely be able to become an independent existence and not be a vassal of the Great Xia imperial court like now. However, the imperial court of the mortal world ruled over the people. If the gods formed an imperial court, who would they rule? Everyone had doubts in their hearts and looked at Kui Heng, hoping to get an answer. Immortal Venerable, if we establish an imperial court formed by gods, how will we govern and who will we govern? Hong Yong asked very respectfully. Although Kui Heng had already said that this heavenly court was to better monitor Daoju Star, the scope of this surveillance and the group of people it was monitoring had yet to be explained. If there were no specific requirements, even if they really established a heavenly court, it would not be of any use. I already have plans for this matter. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. The heavenly imperial court is responsible for the people. It will be in charge of both the living and the dead. In terms of authority, some can be assigned to overlook and give blessings to the land, some can be in charge of the weather, and others will stop natural disasters. This is taking charge of the living. For the dead, the heavenly court has the function of rewarding good and punishing evil. It determines how to deal with people after death based on their actions while alive. Those who harm the people will be severely punished, and those who have contributed to the people can reincarnate into a rich family or be conferred the title of God. Immortal Venerable, are the rewards and punishments of the mortal world applicable only after death? Hong Yong asked. Yes. Kui Heng nodded and said, in the future, as an organization under the heavenly court, the city god divine system will still have the authority to monitor the officials of Great Xia, but it will no longer monitor the mortal imperial court of Daoju Star. On Daoju Star, gods are responsible to the people, but they cannot be directly involved in the lives of the living. Be it officials, government decrees, or dynasties, they cannot interfere. However, after the living pass over to death, everything will be calculated and examined. The plan for the living is to avoid the damage caused to the people by the natural environment as much as possible, and not directly interfere with the lives of the people. Rewards and punishment are only after death. One of the reasons why he planned to establish a heavenly court on Daoju Star was to create a stable and safe world, but he could not be too rigid and let the world lose its vitality. He needed to leave some breathing space. Hence, there was such a framework design. In essence, the heavenly court would contain many gods, and they would be responsible for all the different paths of faith. The gods could only care about the natural environment and what happened after death. When people were still alive, no matter what happened, gods had no right to ask. This was because in the society of a feudal dynasty, many large-scale social unrest was related to the drastic changes in the natural environment, causing order to collapse and the living environment to no longer be safe. As long as the weather was good every year and the land was fertile, the people would naturally live and work in peace. Of course, the character and way of governance of the imperial court would still be of very great influence. If they encountered corrupt officials, even if there was a great harvest every year, the people might not be able to fill their stomachs. This was where the mechanism of rewarding good and punishing evil after death came into play. Although this mechanism would not directly interfere with the actions of living people, when the aftermath was no longer illusory and became something that really existed, the actions of humans would naturally be restrained. Of course, This was only a general framework. But it was enough to ensure that this system could operate. In reality, they would definitely still encounter all kinds of problems. They could only slowly investigate and fill in the gaps. However, even though it was just a framework, Li Mingqiong, Hong Yong, Hong Kang, and the others were amazed. As long as this system worked, the lives of the people on Daoju Star would undergo a tremendous change. Just the fact that there was no need to worry about natural disasters every year was enough for all the commoners to develop safely. If the family had surplus food, they could even support their children to study and practice martial arts, thereby striving to change the fate of their family. They even had a chance to lead the family to a higher level. Life was rich and there was hope for advancement. This way, the living environment of Daoju Star would become unprecedentedly stable. This matched Kui Heng's direction of transformation of the world, and it could allow him to improve further on the path to the soul formation realm. In the future, this heavenly court can be called the Great Xia Heavenly Court. Kui Heng said to Hong Yong, in the future, as the head of the Great Xia Heavenly Court, you will sit in the center of the heavenly void world and control the power of the Great Xia Heavenly Court. At that time, the power of the gods will also increase. How about that? Thank you, Immortal Venerable. Hong Yong immediately kowtowed, overjoyed. He was originally a remnant soul that had long died, but now, he could become the lord of the Great Xia Heavenly Court and rule over all the gods on a planet. Such a fate was given by Kui Heng. When I come back next time, I want to see some results. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Don't disappoint me. I won't let you down, Hong Yong said firmly. Very good. Kui Heng nodded and said, next, I'll formulate the details of the framework. After Mingqiong takes the Great Ju away, I'll start building the Great Xia Heavenly Court. Make some preparations for it. Very good. Kui Heng nodded and said, next, I'll formulate the details of the framework. After Mingqiong takes the Great Ju away, I'll start building the Great Xia Heavenly Court. Make some preparations for it. Yes, Immortal Venerable. Hong Yong immediately replied. To the current Kui Heng, it was not difficult to fix a small world in an alternate space near Daoju Star. He only needed to use the law and order technique to modify the rules of Daoju Star and the heavenly void world and fix this alternate space using the miniature 1,000-mile court technique. Moreover, he had already stepped onto the path to the soul formation realm. His dharmic powers had an extremely strong influence on the great Dao laws. It was very easy for him to use such spells. The main consumption of energy was still in designing the structure of the heavenly court and the authority of the various departments. In addition, he still had to wait for Li Mingqiong to cut up the heavenly void world and integrate the entire Great Ju into her divine court. This would take a lot of time. 10 years later, Li Mingqiong completed the process of dividing the heavenly void world and successfully brought the Great Ju into her divine court space. Hence, Great Xia became the undisputed overlord of the heavenly void world. At the same time, the Great Xia Heavenly Court was established overnight. The core of the heavenly court was above the imperial ancestral temple in Great Xia City. A special space had been established there, and the influence of the imperial city's palace was reflected in it. It would condense into a physical body and become the place where the Great Xia Heavenly Court's gods could meet and discuss. Hong Yong naturally became the first lord of the heavenly court. His authority and power were directly raised to the early-stage nascent soul realm by Kui Heng. As for the specific division of authority in other aspects, the framework had already been set. Hong Yong could choose the people himself, and the entire Great Xia Heavenly Court system would quickly form. At the same time, Daoju Star had also received the notice about the heavenly void world. When they learned of the existence of the Great Xia Heavenly Court and the scope of its authority, some were happy and some were sad. Of course, most ordinary people definitely supported the existence of the Great Xia Heavenly Court. This was nothing but good news for them. After that, Kui Heng stayed in Daoju Star for another 10 years. He only left after the Great Xia Heavenly Court system was completely operational and there were no obvious problems. Kui Heng brought many people with him when he left Daoju Star. There was no need to mention Li Mingqiong and Li Wei. He also took Zheng Nanshuan away from the Immortal Dawn sect. Liu Litao, Lu Zhengming, and Zhao Guang also left with him. These people would be important helpers for him to explore the path to the soul formation realm in the Purple Sun realm. Of course, he did not forget about the people from the White Lotus Lifeless sect. He brought Zhao Kuan, who had already become a dog, Shen Baixing, and the others away from Daoju Star. For the first time, the power of the Myriad Heavens teleportation immortal incantation appeared in front of everyone. In just a day, Kui Heng brought them across the endless starry sky and returned to Chongyang Star from Daoju Star. This was a little unbelievable to everyone. However, when they thought of the powerful might Kui Heng displayed, they felt that this was understandable. To the Five Views realm, Kui Heng had not been gone for long. A mere 30 years was nothing. Many golden immortals had been in seclusion for longer. Everything was normal here. The Wu dynasty had long unified the entire Five Views realm. In recent years, Pei Qingshu had already placed his attention on some worlds and starry sky outside the Five Views realm. Due to the existence of the myriad techniques return to one pill, the Five Views realm had many interactions with other worlds and starry skies. It had almost become the core authority of this area. To this day, there were at least 4 realms and 15 starry skies under the Five Views realm. Most of the sages in these places had broken through by consuming the myriad techniques return to one pill, which caused them to have a deep yearning for the Five Views realm both physically and mentally. In Pei Qingshu's opinion, this emotion was a good condition to expand the rule of the Wu dynasty. Moreover, these realms and starry skies did not have any unified large-scale forces, so there was naturally no unified will. As long as the Wu dynasty could bring them a more stable life, a better order, and better cultivation conditions, there was a high chance that they would not resist the Wu dynasty's rule. However, even if most people accepted the authority of the Wu dynasty, it was inevitable that some people would feel that their interests were damaged and resist. This was what Pei Qingshu hoped to see. His cultivation method required him to fight. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to stay in the Five Views realm. Extending the rule of the Wu dynasty and bringing more places and civilizations into a safe order was beneficial to Kui Heng's cultivation. This process was also beneficial to Pei Qingshu's own cultivation. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For more than 30 years, Pei Qingshu had been working hard in this direction. If Pei Qingshu was the backbone of the Wu dynasty, then Li Cheng was Wu dynasty's body to carry out some of Pei Qingshu's decrees. He was now the prime minister of the Wu dynasty, the second in command. And the most tired one. Everything that happened in the entire Five Views realm had to be summarized to him. Only some of the more important things were sent to Pei Qingshu. Most of the matters were handled by Li Cheng. This caused him to become the most tired person in the entire Wu dynasty. He barely rested all year round. If not for his cultivation, he would have died long ago. Especially after Pei Qingshu told him about his intention to expand, Li Cheng was still paying attention to the situation around the Five Views realm. At the same time, he was considering whether he should increase the number of myriad techniques return to one pills released to the world to further strengthen his control over the outside world. In the past, I didn't even want to be the head of my family. I didn't expect that I would be so happy to be a controller of such a big country. Li Cheng walked out of the palace and looked at the morning sun outside. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Every morning, when the sun had just risen, he would give himself a quarter of an hour to walk around and relax. This was also his only free time of the day. After all, with his current cultivation realm, he did not need to eat or sleep. He could totally devote all his time to work. There was no natural rest time. He could only take out some time for himself. Usually, after Li Cheng walked out of the imperial city, he would go to the morning market to shop and buy some delicious breakfast. Eating was a rare moment of rest for him. However, this time, before he reached the market street, he saw a very familiar figure. This was a young and beautiful woman. Her appearance was extremely familiar to Li Cheng, making him exclaim, "Sister, when did you come back?" When he spoke, he had already used his concealment technique to avoid causing a commotion among the surrounding citizens. The young woman was naturally Li Wei. "I just returned with Immortal Venerable." Li Wei smiled faintly and said, "Brother, I heard that you're now the Grand Chancellor of the Wu dynasty. All the sages in the Five Views realm have to bow to you. Don't talk nonsense. His Majesty and I are only working for Immortal Venerable. Li Cheng hurriedly waved his hand and glared at his sister. All right, you've just returned and you're already teasing me. What teasing? I was clearly praising you. Li Wei returned to her usual lively personality in front of Li Cheng and smiled. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Immortal Venerable has something to discuss with you. All right, I'll inform His Majesty now. Li Cheng hurriedly nodded. He immediately rushed back to the palace and told Pei Qingshu about Kui Heng's return. In an elegant courtyard, Pei Qingshu and Li Cheng rushed over and bowed when they saw Kui Heng. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Immortal Venerable. Kui Heng nodded slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, Li Mingqiong said beside him, Junior brother, Master wants me to ask you one last time. Pei Qingshu was stunned when he heard that. Then, he nodded and smiled. Yes, I've already told Master that I'll stay here. I'll leave after I'm done here. Pei Qingshu was stunned when he heard that. Then, he nodded and smiled. Yes, I've already told Master that I'll stay here. I'll leave after I'm done here. Li Mingqiong fell silent for a moment before the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She smiled faintly and said, In that case, you have to work hard. Your senior sister has already reached the 7th realm. What? Pei Qingshu's eyes widened as he looked at Li Mingqiong in surprise. You actually cultivated so quickly. I feel the fire of all living beings and the light of civilization on your body. Is this the path of the country that Master mentioned? The fire of all living beings, the light of civilization? Li Mingqiong looked at Kui Heng in surprise. Master, have you explained the path of the country's fate to junior brother? The cultivation of the Tao of national luck was not only about developing the country's strength. In essence, it was about the fire of providence and the light of civilization for all living beings. This was something she had comprehended only after cultivating to the divine court realm. Pei Qingshu could actually tell at a glance. No. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. However, Qingshu's cultivation path is rather special. Although his current realm is only equivalent to a sage king, he already has relatively obvious Tao body characteristics. Moreover, his perception is extremely strong, enough to compare to a creator. He can see many incorporeal things. He should have seen the characteristics of your cultivation. It's actually so magical. Li Mingqiong looked at Pei Qingshu and smiled. Junior brother, how about sparring with senior sister when you have the time? I'm not interested. Pei Qingshu immediately shook his head and said, I only have the characteristics of a Tao body, and I'm not a creator who has really refined a Tao body. A sure-loss battle is meaningless. At this point, he paused and said with a smile, Senior sister, if you really want to compete with me, wait until my realm advances. At that time, I'll probably leave this place. I'll go and fight you. Sure. Li Mingqiong nodded and said, however, at that time, I might not still be at the 7th realm. It won't be too late to talk about it then. Pei Qingshu was very confident. All right. Staying here is beneficial to Qingshu's cultivation. This is a decision he has made long ago. Kui Heng waved his hand and said, Mingqiong, leave the Linjiang Pei family of Great Ju here. Yes, Master. Actually, I have this plan too. Li Mingqiong nodded. Senior sister can already take away people from a country? Pei Qingshu asked in surprise. It's not just the people of a country. It's the entire Great Ju. I've brought the sky, the ground, the mountains, the rivers, and all the living beings here. Li Mingqiong smiled and stretched out her slender white right hand. A ball of light lit up on it, and countless lights appeared. It looked like the Great Ju, and countless black dots walked among these lights. These were the people of the Great Ju. The Tao of national luck is indeed magical. Pei Qingshu praised sincerely, then smiled and said, This makes me look forward to the day I fight you, senior sister. As for the Linjiang Pei family, I'll make arrangements as soon as possible and divide the land and various facilities for them. When I'm ready, I'll go and explain to senior sister. Master, what do you think? That's fine. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. I left the Linjiang Pei family behind for you because I hope that you can achieve success as soon as possible. When you're about to leave, find a successor in the Pei family and completely let go of this Wu dynasty. After all, what you cultivate is not the path of national luck. Yes, I understand. Pei Qingshu nodded solemnly. He knew that his master was reminding him not to take any detours. Thank you, master. You can discuss the rest among yourself. Kui Heng stood up and looked southwest. He chuckled and said, I'm going to meet a guest. Guest? Pei Qingshu was puzzled. When did a guest of master come? However, before he could ask, Kui Heng's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked at each other. Junior brother, you don't know either? Li Mingqiong asked curiously. I really don't know. Pei Qingshu looked southwest and muttered, in that direction, the southern border. Is that the Plague Imperial Palace? More than 10 years ago, Zhu Changsheng seemed to have brought back an ancestral master from the outer world. Zhu Changsheng was the sect master of the Plague Imperial Palace, a sage at the myriad techniques return to one realm. In the grand myriad mountains of the southern wilderness, in the Plague Imperial Palace. Zhu Changsheng was listening attentively. In front of him was an old man with rosy skin, white hair, and a youthful face. He had an immortal aura, as if he was an immortal who had descended from the sky. He did not look like someone from the Plague Imperial Palace. However, this old man was indeed talking about the inheritance secret technique of the Plague Imperial Palace. He was teaching Zhu Changsheng how to become a sage king. Zhu Changsheng was mesmerized. He could clearly feel that in the past 10 years or so, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the accumulation of more than 1,000 years of cultivation. It was simply incomparable to before. If he could continue like this for another 100 years or so, he would definitely be able to become a sage king and one of the strongest figures in the Five Views realm. It's a pity that ancestral master only lectures once every morning. If only he could preach longer. Zhu Changsheng sensed that the sun was about to completely rise outside and knew that today's lecture was about to end. He could not help but feel a little lost. All right, today's lecture is over. The old man smiled and stood up from the meditation cushion. Your aptitude is not bad. You're not far from the Sage King realm. Thank you for your guidance, ancestral master, Zhu Changsheng said respectfully. You did work hard yourself, the old man praised. Ancestral master, you also know the current situation of the Five Views realm. It can be said that there are as many sages as there are clouds. Zhu Changsheng smiled bitterly and said, I have to work hard to break through. That's true. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. However, the Kui Heng you mentioned earlier is indeed extraordinary. He can actually create so many pills to stimulate the growth of sages. Impressive. Exalted Immortal's methods are the strongest I've ever seen. Zhu Changsheng nodded and said, even sage kings are like ants in front of him. They have no room to resist. To a creator, sage kings are indeed ants. The old man smiled and said, if Kui Heng is a Tao lord with a perfected Tao body, then even sage kings cannot be considered ants. The old man seemed to want to continue, but his voice suddenly stopped and he looked outside in shock. Zhu Changsheng could not help but ask, Ancestral Master, what's wrong? This is... The old man suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, hundreds of small eyes suddenly opened on his face. They all revealed extreme fear. His entire body trembled as he prostrated on the ground. Ancestral Master? Zhu Changsheng was shocked. His ancestral master was possibly a Tao lord. What kind of existence could make him so afraid? So there's another Tao lord in the Plague Imperial Palace. At this moment, a gentle voice came from outside. Then, a young man walked in and looked at Zhu Changsheng and the old man with a smile. Immortal Kui, Zhu Changsheng exclaimed. Junior Ding Qiuhuang greets Exalted Immortal. The old man immediately kowtowed to Kui Heng. At the same time, he tried his best to close the hundreds of small eyes on his face that had opened due to fear. There's no need to be like this. Kui Heng waved his hand and smiled. You being able to live until now proves that you haven't done any evil here. There's no need to be afraid. He had left an early-stage nascent soul moon god on Daoju Star to protect the entire Five Views realm. If Ding Qiuhuang dared to do anything evil, he would have been killed by the moon god long ago. Thank you, exalted immortal. Ding Qiuhuang heaved a sigh of relief and stood up shakily. At this moment, he already knew that this was the exalted immortal Kui that Zhu Changsheng had mentioned earlier. How was this a creator or a Tao lord? He was clearly a lord of the heavens. However, ever since the heaven realm disappeared, the eighth realm experts of the immortal world had already become legends. How could such a terrifying existence appear on this small Chongyang star? Moreover, the pressure Kui Heng revealed gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had encountered it before in the Grand Plague Heaven. Is it that supreme existence who swept his gaze across the Grand Plague Heaven? A guess appeared in Ding Qiuhuang's heart, and then he felt a little bitter. If that was really the case, then he was really too unlucky. He had clearly left the Grand Plague Heaven to avoid that supreme existence, but he did not expect to bump into him and walk right into a trap. Aren't you going to introduce me to your ancestral master? Kui Heng said to Zhu Changsheng. Ah, right. Thank you for your reminder, exalted immortal. Zhu Changsheng hurriedly nodded and said, Exalted immortal, this is the founder of our Plague Imperial Palace, and the person who left the Grand Plague Immortal Treasure Vault behind. More than 10 years ago, he just returned from the Grand Plague Heaven. With just one sentence, he explained Ding Qiuhuang's background clearly without hiding anything. Ancestral founder? Kui Heng looked at Ding Qiuhuang in surprise. After sizing him up slightly, he asked with interest, How did you live for more than 300,000 years? He had once read the books in the Grand Plague Immortal Treasure Vault. They clearly recorded that the Plague Imperial Palace was established 330,000 years ago. At that time, the Purple Sun Heaven was still around. In theory, the lifespan of a Tao Lord should be between 90,000 to 100,000 years. Ding Qiuhuang, the founder of the Plague Imperial Palace 330,000 years ago, had actually survived until now. This was indeed a little ridiculous. Exalted Immortal, I cultivate a secret technique called the world-evading longevity technique. Ding Qiuhuang explained, as long as the practitioner lives in seclusion in one place for 10,000 years and his range of activity is less than 10 li, his lifespan can double. One can extend their lifespan by 90,000 years at most. Therefore, in the first 100,000 years, I lived in seclusion to extend my lifespan. Later on, when I was about to die, I accidentally obtained an immortal divine medicine and lived a second life. I lived in seclusion for more than 100,000 years again using the world-evading longevity technique and only came out recently. An activity range of no more than 10 li for 10,000 years. Kui Heng was shocked. This was too much. His lifespan of more than 90,000 years had been forcefully extended to more than 300,000 years. It was too ridiculous. He was simply living to live. The most shocking thing was that he actually obtained an immortal divine medicine to live a second life and continued to live for hundreds of thousands of years. However, even if lived for more than 300,000 years like this, his knowledge might not be as much as those who had lived for 1,000 years. However, Kui Heng hesitated for a moment and decided to ask Ding Qiuhuang, How much do you know about the destruction of Purple Sun Heaven and Zhu Juantian's situation? The destruction of Purple Sun Heaven and Zhu Juantian, Ding Qiuhuang exclaimed when he heard this. His face could not help but reveal shock as he said with a trembling voice, You're investigating this? The destruction of Purple Sun Heaven and Zhu Juantian, Ding Qiuhuang exclaimed when he heard this. His face could not help but reveal shock as he said with a trembling voice, You're investigating this? In his agitation, he even forgot to address Kui Heng respectfully. Ding Qiuhuang's reaction surprised Kui Heng. From this reaction, it was obvious that he knew a lot. That's right. Kui Heng nodded slightly, and his gaze towards Ding Qiuhuang became gentle. He smiled and said, From the looks of it, you know a lot about them. Tell me in detail. This was not a small bag of experience. Ding Qiuhuang fell silent before saying with a bitter expression, Exalted Immortal, Why do you think I made a prison for myself and limited myself to a mere 10 li space? I don't even dare to let my disciples know where I'm living in seclusion. Is it related to the destruction of Purple Sun Heaven and Ju Juntian? Kui Heng frowned. Yes. Ding Qiuhuang nodded and said, Exalted Immortal, I actually obtained the world-avoiding longevity art long ago, but at first, I didn't cultivate it, nor did I have any intention of cultivating it. It wasn't until I witnessed true horror that I understood that staying alive was everything. If I lose my life, all my ideals and beliefs are just dust, not worth mentioning. I saw the scene of the Purple Sun Heaven collapsing with my own eyes. I saw with my own eyes many Tao lords who were high and mighty in the past and ruled the starry skies of the myriad worlds burned to ashes in the flames of the great Tao without even a chance to escape. From then on, I began to cultivate the longevity art. I lived in seclusion and did not step into the mortal world. It's fine as long as I can live. If I lived long enough, I might be able to live a third life. You were not a Tao lord at the time of the collapse of the heavens? Kui Heng was a little surprised. I've embarrassed myself in front of Exalted Immortal. Ding Qiuhuang said with some shame, at that time, my martial Tao was still based on the immortal true essence. I wasn't even a creator. I didn't dare to ascend to the Purple Sun Heaven for a long time. After the Purple Sun Heaven collapsed, I met a fellow Daoist from the Grand Plague Heaven. Only then did I cripple and regress my cultivation to refine the immortal true essence. In the end, I stepped into the realm of a creator and used nearly 50,000 years to master a Tao body. Calculating carefully, Ding Qiuhuang had probably spent nearly 100,000 years cultivating to the Tao Lord realm. If not for the world-avoiding longevity art, he estimated that he might not be able to become a Tao Lord even after he died. This is indeed very difficult. Kui Heng nodded slightly. Such cultivation time made him sigh in his heart. After all, he had only cultivated for less than 700 years. Then, he asked, how did you see the Purple Sun Heaven collapse? After all, Ding Qiuhuang was only a sage king at that time. If he had seen the Purple Sun Heaven collapse at a close distance, it would be impossible for him to survive until now. He would have long been reduced to ashes and ceased to exist. Ding Qiuhuang's expression became even more bitter when he heard this. Helpless, he could only take out a bronze fragment. Exalted Immortal, I relied on this treasure to witness the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven. Oh! Kui Heng stared at the bronze fragment with surprise in his eyes. With his realm, he naturally understood the nomological attributes intertwined on the fragment and instantly understood the effect. It could reflect the scene of violent changes in the great Tao laws and also open a stable passage between the heaven domain and the starry skies of the myriad worlds. This was probably the reason why Ding Qiuhuang, as a Tao lord, could come to the starry skies of the myriad worlds. However, this bronze fragment was clearly only a part of a complete treasure. It could even be said to be a small part. The effects were probably incomplete. If it was in its complete state, Kui Heng guessed that this might be a treasure that could monitor the situation of the myriad worlds and allow the wielder to travel freely between the myriad worlds. Perhaps it was something from the heaven realm? Where did you get this from? Kui Heng asked. This treasure was obtained by me on the Golden Cloud Realm's Tianmen star. It's said to be a fragment of a heaven realm treasure. Ding Qiuhuang did not dare to hide anything and explained his experience of obtaining this fragment clearly, indicating the effect of this fragment. Since you saw the scene of the Purple Sun Heaven collapsing with your own eyes, do you know why the stars collapsed? Kui Heng changed the topic. This was also what he had been puzzled about. The essence of the heaven realm was not low. This kind of strange place that gathered billions of great Tao and endless laws was above ordinary space. The changes in the laws of its domain were enough to affect the starry skies of the myriad worlds under its jurisdiction, but it actually shattered and collapsed. What kind of power could do such a thing? Was it an immortal king or a ferocious beast? This was also one of the reasons why he had always believed that the system's detection was correct. This was indeed a high-level Xianxia spacetime dimension. I don't know, but I have some guesses. Ding Qiuhuang shook his head at first, then explained, when the Purple Sun Heaven was destroyed, I saw the legendary Heaven Gate. It's just that it's different from the legendary holy and pure heaven gate. Through the scene reflected by that fragment, I saw that the heaven realm was filled with scarlet color and filled with an evil charm. Exalted immortal, please wait. As he spoke, hundreds of small eyes suddenly grew on his face and he said, I became like this after seeing the scarlet colors inside the heaven gate. However, these eyes don't seem to be harmful. I even used this opportunity to successfully cultivate the 100 Eyes Dao body and break through to the creator realm. What a strange power. Kui Heng stared at the hundreds of small eyes on Ding Qiuhuang's face. He could clearly see that the pupils of these eyes were scarlet and looked very evil. However, there was indeed no negative aura, and they did not seem to be harmful. Its essence seemed to be a harmless unknown power. However, Kui Heng knew very well that the unknown usually meant greater danger. He first remembered the aura of this evil power to see if he could obtain relevant clues in the future. He instinctively felt that this scarlet color was definitely not simple. After all, after Taihong Star entered the heaven gate, what they saw was an endless snow-white color. There was nothing there, and it was boundless. It was clearly different from the evil scarlet color that Ding Qiuhuang had described. Such an obvious difference meant that some unknown change had happened. Of course, the difference between the two events was 300,000 years. It was very normal for some natural changes to occur. There might not be any problems, but it was not wrong to maintain a cautious attitude. Other than these? Kui Heng asked again. How much do you know about the heaven realm? Exalted immortal, I don't dare to learn information about the heaven realm, Ding Qiuhuang said with a bitter expression. Exalted immortal, you should know that the Plague Imperial Palace was not an independent sect, but a branch of a large sect. I established the Plague Imperial Palace 330,000 years ago because I obtained the inheritance of this large sect. At the same time, I learned that the large sect was called the Six Tribes Heavenly God Palace and knew that it was destroyed in a heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? Kui Heng was surprised. Was it done by the heaven realm again? Yes, exalted immortal, there are some things you don't know. In my era, heavenly tribulations are not rare, Ding Qiuhuang explained. The heaven realm ruled the myriad worlds. There were countless sects and experts. If the number of experts becomes too great, it's inevitable that there will be forces or people who are disrespectful to the heaven realm. In this situation, the heaven realm will decisively carry out a heavenly tribulation and completely destroy them. Therefore, I also guessed that it might be because the purple sun heaven did something that the heaven realm could not tolerate that it was destroyed. For example, replacing the immortal true essence for cultivation? Kui Heng said with a faint smile, if that's the case, the heaven realm is still very fair. This? I'm afraid not. Ding Qiuhuang shook his head and said, Exalted immortal, you asked about Zhu Juntian just now. Actually, I saw him once before the purple sun heaven collapsed. At that time, he was still the disciple of Heaven Lord Xiang. It's said that he's inextricably linked to the disappeared heaven realm. Zhu Juntian had a connection with the heaven realm? Zhu Juntian had a connection with the heaven realm? Kui Heng fell into deep thought when he heard this. This news really surprised him, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed reasonable. The disciple of the Purple Sun Heaven Lord, Zhu Juntian, and the last ascender before the Purple Sun Heaven collapsed were most likely the same person. According to the Purple Sun realm, this ascended Zhu Juntian was quite related to the collapse of the Purple Sun Heaven. However, be it the Zhu Juntian, who was a Tao Lord, or the Zhu Juntian who had ascended to the Purple Sun Heaven, it was impossible for them to cause the destruction of the heaven realm. But if Zhu Juntian was related to the heaven realm, it was indeed possible. This heaven realm is really mysterious. Kui Heng thought to himself, moreover, it's incomparably powerful. However, such an extremely huge organization or place actually disappeared into thin air. As expected, I have to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's too unsafe. Then, he asked Ding Qiuhuang, how did the rumors about Zhu Juntian's connection with the heaven realm spread? Also, what do you know about him? Please forgive me, exalted immortal. This connection is only a rumor. I don't know about it. Ding Qiuhuang shook his head and said, however, I've met him once and know some things about him. Speak. Kui Heng nodded and smiled. That was 320,000 years ago, Ding Qiuhuang explained. At that time, as the disciple of Heaven Lord Purple Sun, Zhu Juntian summoned all the sage kings under his jurisdiction to Purple Sun Heaven to discuss the governance of the myriad worlds. That was the time I saw Zhu Juntian. That was also the only time I went to the Purple Sun Heaven. At that time, Zhu Juntian was in high spirits and was completely in a privileged state. In the entire Purple Sun Heaven, other than his master, Heaven Lord Purple Sun, no one could compare to him. That was what everyone who saw him thought. Later on, I heard that he followed Heaven Lord Purple Sun to attack a heavenly domain. After an intense battle, they obtained a complete victory. Zhu Juntian contributed the most. This made Zhu Juntian's position in Purple Sun Heaven even more stable, and it also made more people worship him. Many people thought that he was the Tao Lord with the greatest hope of becoming the leader of Purple Sun Heaven after Heaven Lord Purple Sun passed away. However, not long after, there was news that he had been chased out of the sect by Heaven Lord Purple Sunday. There were also rumors that were even more serious. They said that he had been stripped of his Tao body and his realm as a Tao Lord had dropped. He was later exiled to the myriad worlds. It's said that they even forcefully imprisoned his soul, causing him to fall into a trance after reincarnation. Later on, it took thousands of years for him to awaken his previous life's memories. Clearly, his understanding of Zhu Juntian and some of his deeds came from rumors. They might not be true. However, even this level of information was enough for Kui Heng to use as a reference. He said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about the authenticity of the rumors. What we can confirm is that before that battle, Zhu Juntian should have been very valued by Heaven Lord Purple Sunday." Yes. Ding Qiuhuang nodded and said, Heaven Lord Purple Sun's most valued disciple was Zhu Juntian. Almost everyone in the starry skies of the myriad worlds at that time knew about him. This is also the reason why many people treated the rumors as fake news. In the past, Zhu Juntian was too important. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was completely nurtured as a successor. But no one expected such a huge change to happen in the end. I'm afraid only those who experienced it back then can explain what happened. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, however, it's also possible that there was already a conflict long ago, and it erupted after they attacked the other heavenly domains. He believed some of the rumors. This was because it could clearly explain why Zhu Juntian cared about his fellow disciples and family members in this life, and also why he, as a Tao Lord, still needed to take the path of ascension to go to the Purple Sun Heaven. However, the truth after this series of events was still a blur. There were no clues. At the very least, he would not be able to get anything out of Ding Qiuhuang. Hence, after thinking for a while, Kui Heng did not continue asking. Instead, he smiled and said, "What plans do you have? Do you intend to continue staying in the Plague Imperial Palace? As long as Exalted Immortal doesn't expel me, I plan to continue cultivating the world-avoiding longevity art here," Ding Qiuhuang said respectfully. "This is the realm you manage. It's definitely the safest place in the myriad worlds." "That's fine too." Kui Heng nodded and smiled. "As long as you don't do anything evil, this place won't expel you." "Thank you, Exalted Immortal." Ding Qiuhuang kowtowed extremely respectfully. However, when he looked up, he realized that Kui Heng had already disappeared and left the Plague Imperial Palace. Seeing this scene, Ding Qiuhuang subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. After a while, he regained his senses and felt as if he had experienced a dream. In an era where even a Creator Realm cultivator was rare, such a powerful existence actually appeared. It was simply unbelievable. Ancestral Master. At this moment, Zhu Changsheng, who had been standing at the side and did not even dare to speak, finally spoke up and asked, "What should we do next?" "What should we do?" Ding Qiuhuang glared at Zhu Changsheng and said, "Follow Exalted Immortal's thoughts wholeheartedly and cooperate with all the actions of the Wu dynasty at all costs. Do you understand?" "I understand, of course I understand." Zhu Changsheng nodded repeatedly and said, "Patriarch, this is actually my plan as well." However, Ding Qiuhuang had always felt that the Plague Imperial Palace should not be so cooperative. Now, he would cooperate fully, at all costs. There was a saying that the unintended willows would grow into shade. Kui Heng's intention of going to the Plague Imperial Palace was not to force them to cooperate with the Wu dynasty's plan, but he had achieved this effect. In the next many years, when the Wu dynasty expanded, the people from the Plague Imperial Palace would take the lead. It could be said that they were risking their lives. However, Kui Heng did not see such a scene. After leaving the Plague Imperial Palace, he stayed in the Five Views realm for a period of time. He did not only stay on Chongyang Star, but he also personally investigated the other 4 planets. This was to verify if the Order of the Five Views realm still met his cultivation requirements. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Kui Heng left the Five Views realm with Li Mingqiong, Zheng Nanxuan, Hui Shuo, Lu Zhangming, Zhao Guang, Liu Litao, Chen Tang, Mingzhen, and the others. As he did not leave any spiritual guidance in the Purple Sun realm, he could not use the Myriad Heavens teleportation immortal incantation to go over. He could only take out his specially made huge flying ship. Then, he quickly flew towards the Purple Sun realm. The distance from Chongyang Star to the Purple Sun realm was still very far. It was 100 times the distance from Daoju Star to Chongyang Star. Ordinary flying shuttles would take more than 10,000 years to cross the distance. Even the huge flying ship refined by Kui Heng would take 300 to 500 years. This was also not a short time. After recognizing this situation, Kui Heng clearly let everyone understand that in the face of the universe, everything else was insignificant. Fortunately, they passed by many realms and starry sky along the way, and many of them had already developed to a certain extent. Hence, Kui Heng borrowed a few teleportation arrays to shorten the time to reach the Purple Sun realm. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Divine Might Planet of the Purple Sun realm. This was the most special and weakest of the 3 main planets in the Purple Sun realm. It was also the most chaotic planet. The White Lotus lifeless sect ruled Divine Might Planet, and everyone on Divine Might Planet respected the White Lotus goddess as their divine lord. However, because the people of different groups had different understandings of the Holy Mother of White Lotus, thousands of different factions were born under the same faith. They were enemies and fought against each other. Therefore, the Divine Might Planet was in conflict and battle almost every day. Ren Ping's former faith was incomparably pious. He had once firmly believed that the goddess of White Lotus would save this chaotic world. One day, a miracle would descend, allowing this chaotic planet to return to order and become safe again. However, after seeing with his own eyes that his parents, wife, and children were killed by someone who also believed in the Mother of White Lotus, the faith in his heart directly collapsed. Looking at the corpses of his parents, wife, and children, Ren Ping had deep doubts in his heart. Why did they have to do such a cruel thing just because they had different understandings of the Holy Mother of White Lotus? Why was that? If the Holy Mother of White Lotus was really benevolent, if the White Lotus lifeless sect really wanted to restore order and safety to Divine Might Planet, why didn't they care about this chaos? In the past, when his faith was firm, Ren Ping would subconsciously ignore these problems. But now, as his faith collapsed, the doubts in his mind began to appear one after another. The more doubts he had, the more questions he had about the goddess. However, what followed was a deep sense of confusion. His parents, wife, and children were already dead. What should he do next? What was the point of living? The Holy Mother of White Lotus was probably fake from the beginning. In his despair, Ren Ping made a guess that he thought was a little treasonous in the past. However, he increasingly felt that his guess was very correct. But it was too late to understand this now. The dead could not be resurrected. Ren Ping sat there in a daze for a while. Finally, he stood up with lifeless eyes and began to prepare the graves to send his family to rest. After the grave was dug, he carefully placed his parents, wife, and children inside. Then, Ren Ping lay down beside the corpses of his parents and wife and stared blankly at the blue sky. At this moment, he suddenly saw a golden meteor cut through the sky. At the same time, a gentle voice appeared in his ear and asked him a question. Do you want your parents and family to come back to life? Chapter 351 Untitled. Chapter 351 Untitled. This sudden voice made Ren Ping wonder if he was hallucinating from being too sad. Did he want his parents and wife to come back to life? Ren Ping muttered these words in his heart and turned to look at the corpses lying beside him. Everything from his past life appeared before his eyes. "I do, of course I do," he shouted at the top of his lungs. Before he could finish his sentence, Ren Ping heard another voice. "You can recite the name of the god, yellow-scarfed country guardian god. Pray for what you wish for and it will immediately come true." Silent chanting of a god's name? Ren Ping was stunned when he heard that, and his eyes instinctively revealed suspicion. Such a thing. He had done it too many times before. However, no matter how he called out to the Holy Mother of White Lotus, there was no response, nor would it help him at all. Moreover, wasn't the reason why their family ended up in this state because of this so-called god? Now, there was a yellow-scarfed country guardian god. But why was it a guardian god? Ren Ping was a little puzzled, but he was not in the mood to think too much now. Even if this guardian god was fake, what loss could he have? It was just a formality. Hence, he followed his previous experience and chanted in his heart, "I pray for the yellow-scarfed country guardian god to revive my parents, wife, and children." Boom! A loud bang appeared out of thin air. The moment Ren Ping finished speaking, a golden light descended, causing the ground to tremble violently. He vaguely saw a tall and burly figure in the golden light. Then, 5 more golden lights flew down and wrapped around the corpses of Ren Ping's wife, children, and parents. They were carried out of the tomb with a very gentle force and floated in the air. At this moment, he finally saw what the figure in the golden light looked like. It was actually a huge burly man more than 30 feet tall. He wore a yellow scarf and golden armor. His skin was dark golden and his muscles were firm. He stood there like a city wall. "I am the great Jew's yellow-scarfed guardian god. I'm here on the orders of Emperor Feng to use my divine power." The yellow-scarfed guardian god's voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Then, he looked at the 4 corpses. He raised his right hand and flicked his finger. Immediately, 4 scarlet lights flew out and landed on the 4 corpses. In the blink of an eye, the corpses that had lost their vitality regained a trace of life. Their dissipating souls were also gathered by a powerful suction force and condensed into complete souls that returned to the bodies. Soon, the 4 cold corpses became warm again. Their chests, which had stopped breathing, began to rise and fall again, and their hearts, which had been motionless for a long time, began to beat again. Under Ren Ping's incomparably shocked gaze, he saw his dead parents, wife, and children regain their vitality. They were lying in the air, breathing evenly, and their faces were flushed as if they had fallen asleep. "They're alive, they're alive, they're really alive." Ren Ping laughed loudly, and an abnormal redness appeared on his face, as if it was filled with blood. At this moment, he felt that he had walked out of his most desperate state. His entire body could not help but tremble, and he was extremely excited. Soon, the golden light dissipated, and Ren Ping's parents, wife, and children slowly landed on the ground. Then, Ren Ping saw his wife, child, and parents wake up from their sleep and slowly open their eyes. Their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked around before finally focusing on Ren Ping. "Son, what's going on? Didn't we already? Husband, what's going on with me? I remember that Lina and I were clearly killed. Daddy, I missed you so much. You're finally back. I think I was cut down earlier. It hurts." The few people asked in unison. This dazed feeling even made them ignore the yellow-scarfed country guardian god standing at the side. "Father, Mother, Aisho, Lina, it's like this. It was this exalted god who saved you." Ren Ping hurriedly pulled the 4 of them to kowtow to the yellow-scarfed guardian god. "Thank you for saving our lives, exalted god. From now on, our family will definitely do our best to worship your deity position and contribute the purest faith. We will never have any ulterior motives, let alone believe in any other gods." The other 4 people roughly understood what was going on and hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, exalted God, for saving our lives. Thank you, exalted God, for saving our lives. We will definitely do our best to worship you and not believe in other gods to repay your kindness." In the understanding of divine might star, if a person received divine grace, they had to forever worship this god. Otherwise, they would betray the god and be abandoned by the god, becoming a sinner who would suffer a horrible death. Although Ren Ping and his family sincerely wanted to worship the yellow-scarfed country guardian god, there was still this element in their promise. But then, something incomprehensible happened. No, no. The yellow-scarfed protector god waved his hand and refused. Don't worship me with the deity position, and there's no need to promise not to believe in other gods. This will cause me to be punished by His Majesty. You only need to share your experiences. If you're persecuted while sharing, you can also recite my divine name for help. Now that your wish has been achieved, it's time for me to return and report to His Majesty. With that, he turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Ren Ping and his family were left looking at each other. What was going on? How could there be a god who did not want people's faith and did not prohibit people from believing in other gods? It was simply unheard of. Husband, did I hear wrongly just now? Aisho could not help but ask Ren Ping beside her, that god just now shouldn't be under the Holy Mother of White Lotus, right? Who does the Holy Mother of White Lotus think she is? How can she be compared to this god? Ren Ping was instantly furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Father, Mother, Aisho, Lina, remember. The one who saved us was the great Jew's yellow-scarfed guardian god. It has nothing to do with that *T goddess of White Lotus. It was the goddess of White Lotus's fake preaching that harmed our family and caused your tragic death. The few of them nodded in agreement. Yes, we'll remember this. It was the great Jew's yellow-scarfed guardian god who saved us. Don't worry, husband. We already know the true face of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. We will never believe in her again. Father, if this god doesn't let us establish a deity position, how can we worship him? Didn't the exalted god already say that he wanted us to share our experience this time? Ren Ping said solemnly. From tomorrow onwards, we'll go everywhere to publicize exalted god's deeds. This is the best offering. After the yellow-scarfed guardian god left Ren Ping's side, he flew straight to the moon of Divine Might planet. He had already been raised to the mid-stage nascent soul realm, so he arrived very quickly. On this moon, a palace had appeared at some point. Beside it was a huge flying ship. It was clearly the huge flying ship that Heng had personally refined. The yellow-scarfed guardian god knelt down in front of the palace and said respectfully, Yellow-scarfed strongman has returned from his mission. Greetings, immortal venerable. Chapter 352 The Plan to Unite Divine Might Star. Chapter 352 The Plan to Unite Divine Might Star. In the palace, Heng and Li Mingqiong sat opposite each other. The yellow-scarfed strongman had already been summoned back and was standing at the side waiting for orders. The current yellow-scarfed strongman was different from before. Not only was he raised to the mid-stage nascent soul realm, but he was also given spirituality by Heng and became a true living being, not a puppet. How's the situation this time? Heng asked the yellow-scarfed strongman. Immortal venerable, a war has erupted on Divine Might Star. Ordinary people have suffered heavy casualties, and it's like hell on earth, the yellow-scarfed strongman reported. The two sides should be believers of the so-called Holy Mother of White Lotus. Master, it seems that the situation on Divine Might Planet is really as Zhao Kuan and Shen Baixing said. Li Mingqiong nodded and said, although there are many people who believe in the Holy Mother of White Lotus here, there are many sects who have different interpretations of the scriptures. They will fight to the death with each other. If we want to govern this place well, we must eliminate the White Lotus lifeless sect, Heng said in a low voice. We also have to guide those ordinary people who believe in the Holy Mother of White Lotus to return to the right path. Mingqiong, I'll leave this job to you. Bring some people to gather those who are no longer willing to believe in the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Then, establish a great Jew kingdom here. After marking the initial territory, order them to clean up the White Lotus lifeless sect in the country. This will obtain the support of a portion of the people, and it will definitely attract the backlash of more people. In the past, those hostile sects might also join forces when facing a common enemy. With your current cultivation realm, although you can defeat a creator, you still won't be able to deal with the situation if there's a hidden Tao Lord in this purple sun realm. I'll get the yellow-scarved strongman to help you. At that time, unless a Lord of the Heavens descends, there won't be any problems on your side, nor will there be any danger. However, the foundations has to be set well. It has to be established from the root that gods also exist to benefit ordinary people. Therefore, gods have to be limited by the orders of the mortal world. The Holy Mother of White Lotus doesn't show mercy to the common people and makes fools of mortals. She ignores the safety of the people and wantonly abuses their faith. She incites believers to fight against each other. She doesn't follow the laws of the mortal world and is a heinous evil god. She deserves death. He had set the tone for the matter regarding Divine Might Planet. The Holy Mother of White Lotus should be executed. The Great Jew Imperial Court would order the yellow-scarved protector god to flatten everything here and establish a new order so that all the people could live safely. There were two main reasons why the Great Jew Imperial Court did not descend directly to do this. On one hand, it was to avoid a Tao Lord suddenly appearing and catching them off guard. After all, this was the Purple Sun realm, a former Purple Sun heaven fragment. It was also possible for it to have a Tao Lord. On the other hand, it was also because most of the people on Divine Might Planet were already used to believing in gods. Even if the Holy Mother of White Lotus was overthrown, they would still want to find another god to worship. Without religion, it would be difficult to establish order and grant safety to the people. Yes, Master. Li Mingqiong agreed with a smile and high fighting spirit. She would conquer and unify Divine Might Planet, and finally govern it. This was the plan she was going to carry out next, and it was also a test of her cultivation in the past hundreds of years. It was also an opportunity for her cultivation to improve. If she could really take the entire Divine Might Planet under the command of the Great Jew, it would be enough to allow her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. She might even directly reach the mid-stage Divine Court realm, and her realm would be comparable to the mid-stage Nascent Soul realm. After all, the living stars of the Purple Sun realm were completely different from the living stars of the other realms. In other places, be it a realm or a starry sky, the core was the central star. The other planets, including the living stars, were actually subsidiary planets. The Purple Sun realm was different. The three living stars that were the main planets were incomparably huge, even many times larger than ordinary stars. There was even a small star circling outside the planet. In terms of the surface area of the land, this Divine Might star was 30,000 times larger than Daoju star, 200,000 times larger than the current territory of the Great Jew. If it could be under the rule of the Great Jew, it would definitely be a huge fortune for Li Mingqiong. Very good. Kui Heng nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Li Mingqiong's fighting spirit. He smiled and said, Liu Litao, Zhao Guang, and Lu Zhengming are not weak in terms of administrative ability. You can send them out to help you govern the place. Yes, I understand. Li Mingqiong nodded. When she was on the flying ship, she had communicated with all three of them and had some understanding of them. She knew that they were each good at their own aspects and had already made arrangements for them in her heart. That Ren Ping is a classic example. He can be a weapon to promote the Great Jew. Kui Heng reminded again, if used well, he's better than an army. I plan to let him be the main force in promoting the religion. Li Mingqiong smiled and said, if his character is good in the future, I can even let him become the divine envoy of the country guardian god. This way, it will be more effective as an example. Very good. Kui Heng praised her and said with a smile, you're someone who cultivates the path of national fate. You should be better at governing a country than me. You must already have a plan in your heart. I won't say anything else. I'll just check your administrative results when I return. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Master, don't worry. Li Mingqiong nodded solemnly, full of confidence. Divine Might Planet was not Kui Heng's final destination. After arranging things here, he brought Hui Shi to Tai Kang Star. Of course, there were also Chen Tang and Ming Zhun with him. They had to lead the way. Tai Kang Star was much stronger than Divine Might Star. There were 5 immortal sects and 2 creators. However, The Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion that Chen Tang and Ming Zhen came from did not have a creator. Only some sage kings were in charge. Therefore, Kui Heng's journey to the Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion was completely smooth. No one noticed anything unusual even when he brought the three of them to the ancestral hall in the center. The various disciples were still active as usual, as if they did not see the four of them at all. In the end, Kui Heng took the initiative to remove his concealment methods. Xu Jiuchen, who was cultivating in the ancestral hall, saw the four of them. Junior brother Chen, Mingzhen. Xu Jiuchen noticed the two of them immediately and revealed an incomparably shocked expression. When did you return? At the same time, he noticed Kui Heng and Huishe beside them. He immediately frowned and became vigilant. These two are. The ancestral hall was one of the most important places in the Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion. Historically, only sage kings could enter. Outsiders were definitely not allowed to enter. But now, Chen Tang and Ming Zhen had actually brought two outsiders over silently. What were they doing? This is. Chen Tang and Ming Zhen opened their mouths and looked at Kui Heng hesitantly. They did not know what Kui Heng wanted to do and did not dare to introduce him themselves. What are you doing? When Xu Jiuchen saw this situation, his vigilance immediately turned to a sense of danger. He looked at Kui Heng and Huishe in surprise and said in a low voice, "Who are you? What did you do to junior brother Chen and Mingzhen?" At the same time, he directly released a message to summon the other sage kings of the sect to surround the ancestral hall and evacuate the ordinary disciples, preparing to fight at any time. You can consider me as a guest. Kui Heng nodded slightly. Without waiting for Chen Tang and Ming Zhen to introduce him, he said to Xu Jiuchen with a smile, "You don't have to let them surround us outside. I'll help you call them in and they can listen to me." Before he could finish his sentence, the surrounding void rippled like lake water. Then, several figures appeared out of thin air in the ancestral hall. Wei Guang, Wang Shen, and the others were among them. As long as they were the sage kings who were still in the Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion, they were all gathered here. However, this sudden forced gathering really shocked the few of them and they exclaimed, "How was that possible? What kind of technique is this? Has a creator descended?" The few sage kings looked at Kui Heng in shock. Xu Jiuchen, who had personally witnessed this scene, was even more horrified. He looked at Kui Heng with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This was too ridiculous. He had silently captured so many sage kings into the ancestral hall. What kind of technique was this? Xu Jiuchen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. What exactly do you want to do? Our Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion is just a small sect. We shouldn't have anything that the Creator wants. There are at least ancient books from the Purple Sun Heaven, right? Kui Heng smiled and said gently, "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions." No ill intentions? No one would believe it. Go and get the ancient books of your Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion. The older the better. It's best if they were left behind from the Purple Sun Heaven era. Kui Heng did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You can go and take them separately. If anyone offers anything I think is useful, I will help them cultivate a Tao body and directly become a creator. These words were like thunder in the ears of Xu Jiuchen, Wei Guang, Wang Shen, and the other sage kings. He could help them cultivate a Tao body and directly become a creator. What kind of joke was this? How could he help with such a thing? Even a legendary Tao Lord at the peak of the seventh realm could not help someone cultivate a Tao body. Their rationality told them that these words had no credibility at all. But at this moment, Chen Tang and Ming Zhen suddenly ran towards the library with all their might and rushed in. In a short while, under everyone's surprised gazes, the two of them almost emptied the library. Immortal Venerable, this is the core martial technique manual of my Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion. It also contains the cultivation insights of the past patriarchs. Ming Zhen knelt in front of Kui Heng respectfully. Then, he took out a small booklet and handed it to Kui Heng with both hands. He said in a low voice, "This is a book from before the Purple Sun Heaven collapsed. Immortal Venerable, please take a look." Xu Jiuchen and the others looked at the two of them in shock. Aren't you kneeling a little too quickly? Chapter 353 Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. Chapter 353 Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. After Ming Zhen handed over the books, Chen Tang also walked over with 2 books. Immortal Venerable, these 2 books are also books left behind from the Purple Sun Heaven era. Please accept them. Chen Tang handed the books to Kui Heng. At this moment, Xu Jiuchen, Wei Guang, Wang Can, and the others at the side all doubted their lives. What else can we do when you knelt so quickly? Hence, they looked at each other and communicated with their divine senses. Then, they knelt down in front of Kui Heng and said in unison, "Greetings, Immortal Venerable. We didn't know your true appearance and offended you. Please forgive us." Kui Heng looked at them and shook his head with a smile. "Get up." This Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion was indeed a wise sect. There was not a single tough nut to crack. It was like a country he knew from his previous life. At this moment, the person in charge of Chen Tang's management suddenly said, "Immortal Venerable, actually, I've always had an ancient book in my collection. It's also from the Purple Sun Heaven era." As he spoke, he took out an ancient scroll and handed it to Kui Heng with both hands. The others were stunned when they saw this. In the next moment, they all took the initiative to say that they had also collected some ancient books from the Purple Sun Heaven era. These people all handed over some books obediently. Moreover, they were fighting to contribute, as if they were afraid that they would anger Kui Heng if they sent it to him late. Hence, Kui Heng quickly flipped through the books in his hands. After everyone finished handing over the books, he nodded slightly and smiled. "You guys did well." Purple Sun Star was the absolute center of the Purple Sun realm. It was said that this was also the core of the Purple Sun Heaven fragment. The special laws of the entire Purple Sun realm came from the influence of this fragment. The profundity of it far exceeded the limits of what a creator could understand. In terms of nurturing resources, the Purple Heaven Divine Palace was a supreme existence. This was an ancient sect that had existed since the Purple Sun Heaven era. It had existed for more than 400,000 years and had produced countless creators and Tao lords. Its foundation was extremely deep. Although the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace had also suffered heavy losses in the calamity of the Purple Sun Heaven's destruction, they still retained about 30% of their inheritance. This was how they'd achieved their high status in the current Purple Sun realm. On the surface, there were 3 creators, 10 hidden creators, and a Tao Lord who had been sleeping for a long time. This was enough for the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace to become the strongest force in the starry sky. There was no other. In this starry sky of the myriad worlds, there was only one faction with a Tao Lord. However, the abnormalities they had discovered recently surprised the higher-ups of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. In Great Ju, Li Mingqiong, and the yellow-scarved protector god had already been discovered by the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. Regarding this powerful force that had appeared without warning and the 2 creators among their ranks, the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace felt a strong sense of worry. While they were surprised, they also felt a little uneasy. After all, this was a very special period of time. Nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, there would be a huge problem. The Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was not on the land of Purple Sun Star. It was a huge palace group floating in the sky. Moreover, it was enveloped in a large amount of astral wind and densely packed rune arrays, isolating the outside world from the palace. At the same time, it had an extremely strong concealment effect. This meant that if one did not become a heaven immortal, they would not even have the qualifications to see the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. To most people on Purple Sun Star, the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was the true ruler of the stars. The other immortal sects could not compare to them at all. Even an immortal sect with a creator was only worthy of being on the ground. There was only the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace in the sky. Therefore, every disciple of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was very proud of their identity. However, this pride was completely shattered by a female sword immortal more than 300 years ago. This incident had a huge impact on the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. Originally, The Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace claimed to be the #1 heavenly sect in the Purple Sun realm and had indisputable absolute strength. Therefore, they did not care much about the other forces in the Purple Sun realm and did not pay attention to them. It was precisely because of this that although the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace had secret treasures that closely monitored the situation in the entire Purple Sun realm, they had never used them, nor had they specially sent anyone to be in charge. However, after the encounter more than 300 years ago, the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace directly restarted that secret treasure and launched an extremely strict surveillance on the entire Purple Sun realm. This naturally caused many immortal sects to object. After all, this level of surveillance was enough to make many immortal sects have few secrets in the eyes of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. In this way, even how many sages and sage kings they had could not be kept a secret. They could not even conceal a new creator that was breaking through. They would all be reflected in the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. However, opposition was useless. The reality was that even all the immortal sects in the Purple Sun realm combined were unable to compete with the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. As long as the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace wanted to do something, there was nothing they could not do. In the end, the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace began to monitor the entire Purple Sun realm. However, in the past 300 years or so, they did not discover anything unusual. But in recent years, the situation on Divine Might Planet was clearly not right. On this day, the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, Zhuo Fan, called over Feng Guanglin, who was in charge of monitoring. It was to discuss the matter of Divine Might Planet. Zhuo Fan was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was very stable. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Feng, what do you think about the two creators on Divine Might Planet?" Feng Guanglin also looked like a middle-aged man, but he looked more stable than Zhuo Fan. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Senior brother sect master cares about them very much. They are nothing more than outsiders secretly coming to the Purple Sun realm. Such things have happened before. A creator who has cultivated a Tao body can already ignore the barrier of the Purple Sun realm. It's not rare for them to be able to enter without the Purple Sun Heavenly Edict. If senior brother values them, I'll go over and talk to them in 2 days. I'll ask if they want to join our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. As long as they join, they'll be on our side." "Heh, you're playing this trick again." Zhuo Fan shook his head and chuckled. "Then," he said, in order to maintain the normal order of the Purple Sun realm, you'll kill them, right? Ha ha ha. Aren't I also thinking about the stability of our Purple Sun realm?" Feng Guanglin laughed loudly and said, "Senior brother, what do you plan to do with them?" "Actually, it's fine if it's just some outsider creators." Zhuo Fan's expression became solemn as he said in a low voice, "But those two people's methods are extraordinary. They actually began to invade the Holy Mother of White Lotus faith on Divine Might Planet. They're simply tired of living. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Feng Guanglin sneered. "Two mere creators dares to invade the faith of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. They don't even know how to use their brains to think. Why is there only the White Lotus lifeless sect on such a huge Divine Might Planet? There has never been any immortal sects who went to snatch resources and land. There's a reason for this. There are even Taoists among the believers of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. They actually dare to invade her faith." "Hey," Zhuo Fan said in a low voice. "It's a special period now. There can't be any trouble. Junior brother, make a trip to Divine Might Planet. Bring the immortal confining lock and capture those two." Chapter 354 Haven't touched the core of the event. Chapter 354 Haven't touched the core of the event. Kui Heng stayed in the Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion for a few years, and his nascent soul cultivation increased again. He was only one step away from completing the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. During this process, he also learned a lot of information about Purple Sun Heaven, such as their experts, treasures, main forces, and some secrets. This gave him a more detailed understanding of the Purple Sun Heaven. At the same time, it gave him some guesses about the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven. That was because the ancient books provided by the Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion recorded a secret. The Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was closely related to the heavenly realm. Even after the heaven realm disappeared, the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace could still contact the heaven realm and even obtain cultivation resources from it. There were also rumors that Lord of the Heavens Xiang relied on this to continuously extend his lifespan and forcefully lived past the limit of the lifespan of the Lords of the Heavens. In the end, he died in the process of the Purple Sun Heaven collapsing. If what this secret said was true, then the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven might really be related to Lord of the Heavens Xiang. But what had Lord of the Heavens Xiang done to make the heaven realm so angry? The Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace is related to the heaven realm. Lord of the Heavens Xiang relied on this connection to extend his lifespan. Zhu Juntian is also related to the heaven realm. The destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven is directly related to Zhu Juntian. Kui Heng pondered in his heart. There are also rumors that Zhu Juntian, who was originally Lord of the Heavens Xiang's personal disciple, was inexplicably severely punished after making a great contribution. His Dao body foundation was stripped and he reincarnated into the mortal world. In the end, Zhu Juntian became the last person to ascend from the starry skies of the myriad worlds. Not long after that, the Purple Sun Heaven collapsed. If Lord of the Heavens Xiang had done anything overboard, it would be demoting Zhu Juntian. But if he wants to destroy the entire Purple Sun Heaven because of this is too ridiculous. Zhu Juntian was only a Dao Lord at his peak. How could he do this? Thinking of this, he shook his head abruptly and cleared his mind of this guess. He did not intend to waste his energy on this. This guess had no reference at all. What did Zhu Juntian do to make the heaven realm suddenly appear after disappearing for so many years and reveal a completely different scarlet light to destroy the Purple Sun Heaven? A similar situation would be when a certain someone found out that a child he knew had been expelled from the school, he let the country where the school was located be destroyed for this child. It was ridiculous. However, these elements are all related to the heaven realm, and in the end, they all point to the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven. It's unlikely that they're completely unrelated. Kui Heng thought to himself, perhaps there are still some elements missing that make this matter unreasonable. Looks like I haven't come into contact with the core of this matter yet. I'm afraid I still have to go to the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace on Purple Sun Star. It's best if I can borrow some books. Perhaps I can make up for some of the missing elements and complete the logic chain. At this moment, he had already left Tai Kang Star with Hui Shi. He was planning his next move as he flew towards Divine Might Planet. Suddenly, a light appeared in the dark and deep starry sky in front of him. A flying shuttle appeared out of thin air in front of him, and the space around it rippled like water. This was a unique void jump function of the flying shuttle, and it was a necessary function of the flying shuttle. Otherwise, it would be impossible to travel a long interstellar journey. Kui Heng originally planned to ignore the flying shuttle, but it took the initiative to fly towards him. It seemed that the person inside had discovered him. Soon, the flying shuttle stopped not far in front of him. Then, the cabin door opened and a gentle-looking middle-aged man walked out. "Sir, you're so capable. You actually used your body to cross the starry skies." The middle-aged man exclaimed at first, then cupped his hands and said, "I'm Feng Guanglin of the Purple Sun Star's Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. How should I address you? My surname is Kui." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "Did you suddenly stop the flying shuttle to invite me up?" Yes, Feng Guanglin was overjoyed and was about to agree, but he suddenly felt a little vigilant and thought to himself, why did he take the initiative to say that he wants to go to the flying shuttle? Could he have some motive? That's right. Such an unfathomable expert suddenly appeared in this empty starry sky. If I rashly attack him, I might not be able to gain any benefits. Hence, after some thought, he shook his head and smiled. "No, you've misunderstood. My flying shuttle never carries others. Actually, I just admire you for persisting in crossing the starry skies while maintaining your physical state perfectly. It's too rare. To be able to see your grace, my trip this time was not in vain. Goodbye." With that, Feng Guanglin turned around and left. Soon, The flying shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed and disappeared. Is he going to the Divine Might planet? Kui Heng looked in the direction of the flying shuttle and pondered. Sir, that person just now has a very strong killing intent, Wuxia suddenly said. Yes, I can tell. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, I'm afraid he didn't stop the flying shuttle for a greeting. He probably wanted to play with me before killing me. Under his Dharma eye, the bloody aura wrapped around Feng Guanglin's body was incomparably clear. He could even see streaks of blood-colored light and shadows. They were all the imprints of his victims who had been tortured to death. Such a person is actually a creator, Wuxia said in a low voice. Looks like this Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace is not much. It's rare to have good people in immortal sects of the Purple Sun realm. Kui Heng chuckled and said, let's go to the Divine Might planet to take a look. As he spoke, a ball of green light rose from under his feet. He instantly crossed the endless starry sky and returned to Divine Might planet with Wuxia. In the flying shuttle, Feng Guanglin was still traveling. He frowned and kept recalling his experience just now and the two people he had seen. Especially that young man. I can't see through his cultivation, which means that he should be a creator. However, there aren't many creators in the Purple Sun realm. I basically know all of them and have never seen him before. Another outsider? What a bunch of damned things. I can't even find any toys with ease. I still have to think about it and measure my gains and losses. Feng Guanglin was in a bad mood. Actually, he had originally planned to invite that Lone Ranger to travel together leaving the cabin. Then, he would use him as his toy on the way and enjoy the thrill of teasing and killing him. This was his greatest joy, and also his method of finding novelty in his long life. However, because of the mission and the fact that he had to be wary of outsiders, he chose to give up at the last moment. In other words, the following voyage would only consist of a boring starry sky. There was nothing fun to do. This made him feel very bad. When I reach Divine Might planet, I want to kill to my heart's content and relax properly. Feng Guanglin thought to himself. Kui Heng had left Divine Might planet for less than 5 years. However, when he returned and saw the scene here, he felt as if 50 years had passed. The lives of the people here had changed drastically. The despair and sorrow of the past had disappeared, and everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. All of this came from the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty and the implementation of the new religion under the rule of the imperial court. Countless people who originally believed in the Holy Mother of White Lotus turned to the Great Zhou and began to worship the yellow-scarved guardian god. The reason was very simple. The yellow-scarved guardian god here really could manifest. Sometimes, even the main body of the god would descend. This made the believers feel that they were being valued more than ever. To the believers of the Holy Mother of White Lotus, who were used to not receiving any response no matter how they prayed, this was simply an experience of reshaping their worldview. There was naturally no pressure to convert. In addition, the gods of the Great Zhou Kingdom also had to listen to the emperor's orders. The gods served the people. This was a stark contrast to the concept of the Holy Mother of White Lotus preaching that people were servants of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. No one was willing to bow their heads all the time, even when facing a god. Therefore, in less than 5 years, the Great Zhou dynasty had expanded almost crazily. Wherever it passed, it could be said to be unstoppable. No sect attached to the White Lotus lifeless sect could resist the citizens who had already gathered into a sea. As for the sages and sage kings, the yellow-scarved strongman and Li Mingqiang would deal with them. Especially Li Mingqiang. Now, she could appear anywhere in the Great Zhou at any time. She could be said to be everywhere. It was very convenient to neutralize any situation, anywhere. However, Divine Might planet was still too big. Even though the Great Zhou had expanded at an extremely fast speed in the past 5 years, they still occupied less than 1% of the territory. It would take 300 to 500 years to completely defeat the White Lotus lifeless sect and occupy the entire Divine Might planet. If they still wanted to stabilize the order of the entire Divine Might planet and make it incomparably safe, they would probably have to add another 200 to 300 years. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Li Mingqiang told Kui Heng about the results of the past 5 years and the current situation of the Great Jew. In the end, she said in a low voice, "Master, this should be a protracted battle. It won't be that long." Kui Heng shook his head gently and said, "As the territory of the Great Jew expands, the speed of the transmission of the religion will become faster and faster. Moreover, there should be some changes next." Change? Li Mingqiang asked curiously, "Master, are you planning to attack the White Lotus lifeless sect directly?" "It's not time yet." Kui Heng shook his head and said, "Let's talk about it after I figure out what's going on with the Holy Mother of White Lotus. There might be something wrong with this god." Boom. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky, as if something had pierced through the sky. The originally warm sunlight was also blocked, and the sky became dark. Immediately after, an incomparably loud voice came from the sky. "I'm the creator of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, Feng Guanglin. I'm here on the orders of the sect master to invite the 2 outer world creators to Purple Sun Star to discuss important matters. Please follow me immediately. Don't commit a mistake." Chapter 355 Can't be extraordinary in this place. Chapter 355 Can't be extraordinary in this place. It's someone from Purple Sun Star. Kui Heng looked up and chuckled. What a coincidence. It's actually this person. Master knows this person? Li Mingqiang asked curiously. We met once when on the way from Taikang Star. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, let's go out and see what this person wants to do. Feng Guanglin's sudden arrival directly caused the Great Jew Imperial Palace to enter a tense state. Countless Imperial Palace guards were activated and guarded the palace tightly. These soldiers' cultivation levels were not low. Moreover, they were wearing special armor and holding special weapons. However, facing a creator like Feng Guanglin, no matter how many of them there were, it was meaningless. Feng Guanglin had only appeared above the palace and did not even take the initiative to emit any aura. However, he had already made these Imperial Palace guards feel terrified and their entire bodies could not help but tremble. This had nothing to do with courage. It was an instinctive fear. A creator was too powerful. Feng Guanglin looked down at the trembling soldiers and sneered. He thought to himself, small, too small. A bunch of ants. In 3 breaths' time, if they still haven't come out, I'll kill these ants below to warm up first. It can be considered an appetizer. Perhaps it was because his thoughts were a little overflowing, but they immediately formed a clearer killing intent. In an instant, the sky for more than 100,000 kilometers became turbulent. Day instantly turned into night. The sky was lowered, and the ground trembled. Moreover, countless animals hiding in the caves, underground, and in trees, began to flee in extreme panic. It was as if they had expected what would happen next. What do you want? At this moment, Wuxia stood up. He walked in front of all the soldiers and looked straight at Feng Guanglin. He said in a low voice, isn't such an invitation too rude? Although his cultivation level was only at the sage realm and had not even reached the level of a sage king, the essence of his strength was actually bestowed by Kui Heng's dharmic powers. It was a little special. This allowed his soul to be nourished by Kui Heng's dharmic powers at all times. His ability to withstand pressure naturally far exceeded ordinary sages and even sage kings. It's you. After Feng Guanglin saw Wuxia, he frowned and said in a low voice, you're indeed from the Great Jew. Coincidentally, you can follow me to Purple Sun Star. Call the person who was standing beside you earlier. If you want to invite, sir, please hand over your invitation. Wuxia did not care about this threat. He said indifferently, if you don't even have an invitation, please leave. Feng Guanglin was stunned when he heard this. He was very puzzled. Then, he sized up Wuxia carefully, but he still did not find anything. He was clearly just an ordinary sage. Compared to the last time they met, he seemed no different. However, how could a sage ignore his aura and pressure? Where did he get the courage to take the initiative to talk? However, as long as this person was still a sage, he would definitely not be able to overturn the sky. Although the distance between a sage and a creator did not seem too far and there was only a sage king realm in between, This small distance actually contained almost endless distant space. Not to mention one sage, even if there were hundreds or thousands of sages, they were just numbers to a creator. They were not worth mentioning at all. It was completely not worth him being afraid of. In Feng Guanglin's opinion, he only needed to pay attention to the two creators this time. Now, he had to add that mysterious person with the surname Kui. As for this sage in front of him, an invitation? Feng Guanglin's expression suddenly turned cold. His gaze locked onto Wuxia and he sneered, "If you want an invitation, I'll bring you to get it." Before he could finish his sentence, the clouds in the sky suddenly lit up with purple flames. In an instant, they condensed into an incomparably huge purple flame palm that grabbed at Wuxia. An extremely hot purple flame burned the world. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers rose rapidly, making one feel as if they were in a furnace. At the same time, everyone in the Great Jew Kingdom saw this huge hand and felt the terrifying pressure in it. They could not help but want to kneel down. Feng Guanglin just stood there without moving. With just a thought, he mobilized such a huge amount of heaven and earth power, causing the entire Great Jew to fall into chaos. He did not even use his creator-level special divine power, nor did he use any powerful martial techniques. He only used some basic methods. It was about the same strength as an ordinary person slapping the table casually. As the target of the purple hand, Wuxia naturally suffered the greatest pressure. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was about to combust. Whether it was his skin or internal organs, they seemed to be about to be ignited by the high temperature brought by the purple hand. And he had no room to resist. He could only watch helplessly as he was burned to death. Boring. Feng Guanglin shook his head when he saw this. He looked at Wuxia in disdain. What an ant! He can't even withstand this bit of power. He actually dares to. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly interrupted Feng Guanglin. In the Great Jew, disciples of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace are not allowed to have extraordinary power. This voice was not loud, but it instantly resounded throughout every inch of the Great Jew, and all the people in the Great Jew heard this voice. Before the sentence was finished, everyone felt the hot temperature disappear. The purple hand in the sky instantly dissipated, and the terrifying pressure that filled the world no longer existed. The situation in the Great Jew Imperial Palace was even more obvious. The Imperial Palace guards immediately felt their bodies relax, and they no longer felt that fear and pressure. Wuxia also felt the heat and pressure that enveloped him disappear. He hurriedly bowed to the source of the voice and said, "Greetings, sir." Not far away, Kui Heng and Li Mingqiong were slowly walking over. At this moment, Feng Guanglin, who was originally flying in the air, had already become filled with fear, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? Where's my cultivation? Where did my cultivation go? He looked down at his hands and kept shaking his head. His voice was filled with panic and fear. He couldn't believe what was happening. Ah, no. Feng Guanglin suddenly screamed in fear. He had fallen from the sky. This expert from the Purple Sun Star's Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, a creator who had cultivated his Tao body for more than 10,000 years, fell from the sky like an ordinary person. He flailed his arms and legs wildly, trying to maintain his balance, to fly again. But this was useless. After Kui Heng's words appeared, the laws in the entire Great Jew Kingdom changed. As long as the disciples of the Purple Heaven Divine Palace were here, they would lose all their abilities and become like mortals. Feng Guanglin was in this situation now. Boom. Feng Guanglin fell not far in front of Kui Heng, his head bleeding. Chapter 356 I'm about to become a Lord of the Heavens. Chapter 356 I'm about to become a Lord of the Heavens. It's you. Feng Guanglin looked at Kui Heng in disbelief and said in shock, "You're here too? The two people you want to invite are my disciple and my servant." Kui Heng nodded lightly. "Where's the yellow-scarved strongman?" Boom. The yellow-scarved strongman appeared out of thin air and descended from the sky. He landed at the side and bowed to Kui Heng. "Greetings, immortal venerable. You're a Tao Lord?" Feng Guanglin looked at Kui Heng in extreme fear and muttered, "How can there be a Tao Lord in the starry skies of the myriad worlds? How can there be a Tao Lord?" A Tao Lord was a martial artist at the peak of the seventh realm with a perfected Tao body. He could use the power of certain laws more deeply. In his opinion, the reason why he lost his strength just now and seemed to have become an ordinary person was probably because he was affected by some strange Tao body nomological power. Therefore, Feng Guanglin firmly believed that Kui Heng was a Tao Lord. The world is huge, and there are many mysterious things far beyond your imagination. Kui Heng looked at him and smiled. "Get up. I know you won't be injured so easily." Now, Feng Guanglin was sitting on the ground with his head smashed open. His face was covered in blood and he looked extremely miserable. However, he had only done this on purpose. Although under the influence of Kui Heng's laws, as long as he was in the Great Jew, he could only maintain the state of an ordinary person. Even though his body no longer had extraordinary elements, he was still stronger than ordinary people. He would not be severely injured from a fall. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, Feng Guanglin stood up and his attitude towards Kui Heng became extremely respectful. "Exalted Immortal, you. What brings you to our Purple Sun realm? I'm here to bring order and safety to this place." Kui Heng smiled and told the truth. However, Feng Guanglin did not believe a word of it. However, he still praised on the surface, "Exalted Immortal, you're too benevolent. This divine might planet has been in chaos for a long time. If order can be restored and everyone can live safely, it will definitely be a meritorious deed. There's no need to say such nonsense." Kui Heng waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Speak, why does your sect master want to invite them over?" At the same time, he pointed at Li Mingqiong and the yellow-scarfed strongman beside him. "Exalted Immortal, you've misunderstood." Feng Guanglin smiled awkwardly. "Our sect master really doesn't have any ill intentions. He just wants to invite the two of them over to discuss the governance of Divine Might Planet. He definitely doesn't have any other thoughts." "Heh." Kui Heng sneered, then said, "Very good, I believe you. You can leave." "Ah!" Feng Guanglin was stunned when he heard that. He asked curiously, "Exalted Immortal, you said that I can leave?" "That's right, go back." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "However, after you go back, tell your sect master that I also want to discuss the governance of Divine Might Planet with him. In 3 years, I want to see him come here to pay his respects to me. At that time, you have to come too. If one of you is missing or none of you comes, I'll personally go and invite your sect master. How about that?" Feng Guanglin fell silent. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "I'll definitely report it to the sect master." With that, he bowed and left. However, as soon as he walked, he realized that he was still in the state of a mortal. Without any supernatural power, he could not fly at all and could only walk away. "Exalted Immortal, this," Feng Guanglin looked at Kui Heng. "Go." Kui Heng waved his hand gently and removed the restrictions of the law. "Thank you, Exalted Immortal." Feng Guanglin immediately cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and soared into the sky, rushing out of Divine Might Planet in the blink of an eye. After arriving in space, he immediately took out his flying shuttle and left, afraid that Kui Heng would suddenly change his mind and not let him leave. With Feng Guanglin's departure, peace returned to the Great Jew Imperial Palace. Many of the Imperial Palace guards also retreated. Li Mingqiong was a little puzzled and asked Kui Heng in a low voice, "Master, why did you let Feng Guanglin leave? In the past, you would definitely have asked him to stay and ask about the secrets of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace." "Haha, that's right." Kui Heng laughed when he heard that. Then, he said, "However, letting him go back is far more useful than making him stay here. We can let him report the situation here to the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace." "Master, do you think the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace will come in 3 years as promised?" Li Mingqiong asked in surprise. "There won't be a need to wait until then." Kui Heng smiled and said, "After Feng Guanglin helps me investigate the situation, the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace will be able to see me." "Ah!" Li Mingqiong was still puzzled, not knowing what Kui Heng was hiding. Feng Guanglin returned to Purple Sunstar as quickly as possible. In the past 10,000 years of his life, he had never been so flustered and afraid, let alone felt such a strong sense of belonging to his sect. After leaving Divine Might Planet, Feng Guanglin only had one thought in his mind. He had to return to Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace and the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. Only that place was safe. Clearly, Kui Heng had already left a huge psychological trauma on him. He might not even dare to leave the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace in the short term, let alone leave Purple Sunstar. Right now, he only wanted to lock himself in an absolutely safe place, sit quietly, and rest. Of course, before that, Feng Guanglin still had to do something. He had to report to Sect Master Zhuo Fan about his encounter on Divine Might Planet and the shocking news that a second Tao Lord had appeared in the Purple Sun realm. However, just as Feng Guanglin was thinking about reporting to Zhuo Fan, an invisible spirit that existed 3 feet above his head stretched lazily. Then, it looked around and began to wander around the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. This was the 7 emotions divine spirit manifested by Kui Heng's soul. It was a technique that he had already grasped when he was at the Grand Completion Golden Core realm. Now that his realm was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm, the effect of this technique naturally increased. It could even act as a spirit seal and allow Kui Heng to descend at any time. The reason why he let Feng Guanglin go was to let him bring this 7 emotions divine spirit to the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. He would first let it investigate the information before bringing his main body over. Of course, if it discovered anything extremely dangerous, the 7 emotions divine spirit would just dissipate on its own, and Kui Heng would naturally not go over. After all, there were thousands of paths, and safety came first. Feng Guanglin rushed to the ancestral hall and saw Zhuo Fan resting with his eyes closed. "Oh, junior brother, why are you back so quickly?" Zhuo Fan opened his eyes and looked at Feng Guanglin with a scrutinizing gaze. He smiled and said, "You didn't complete your mission. What happened?" Since he had returned empty-handed, it meant that Feng Guanglin's experience on Divine Might Planet this time was not very smooth. Not to mention humans, he did not even bring anything back. "Senior brother, it's like this. There's actually a Tao Lord on Divine Might Planet," Feng Guanglin said with an incomparably solemn expression. "Moreover, it's an extremely powerful Tao Lord. I remember very clearly that he only said, the disciples of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace in the Great Jew are not allowed to have extraordinary power. In an instant, I lost all my cultivation realm, and even my physical strength became that of a mortal. It's really terrifying. There's actually such a thing." Zhuo Fan also revealed a shocked expression when he heard this. He said in a low voice, "His words are like the law, instantly restricting a creator. What kind of Tao body does he have? Has he cultivated to the Grand Completion realm? Isn't he too powerful? Senior brother, what should we do now?" Feng Guanglin asked. "Previously, when he let me come back, he told me that he wanted me to transmit a message to you. He hoped that you could come with me to Divine Might Planet to visit him. He also stipulated that we must visit him within 3 years. I have to go with you. Otherwise, he will personally come to invite you." "Heh, what big words." Zhuo Fan sneered. "Tao Lords are indeed powerful, but he's not invincible in this starry sky. Does he really think our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace has no methods to deal with him? Senior brother, are you planning to wake Ancestral Grandmaster up?" Feng Guanglin's eyes lit up. The Ancestral Grandmaster he mentioned was the only Tao Lord of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. However, in order to extend his lifespan, this Tao Lord had been in a sleeping state for tens of thousands of years. Many people did not even know of his existence. "That's right," Zhuo Fan said in a low voice. "This is a special period. Whether I can become a Lord of the Heavens depends on this. There can't be any mistakes. If you want to blame someone, blame the outer world Tao Lord for not knowing his place. Senior brother, you've finally accumulated enough contribution points." Feng Guanglin said in surprise, "That's great. As long as you become a Lord of the Heavens, we'll have a legitimate reason to take in the other fragments. Yes, I won't hide it from you now. Actually, I've already saved up enough more than 300 years ago. Zhuo Fan gritted his teeth and said, if not for that wretched girl causing trouble, I would have become a lord of the heavens long ago. That person is indeed extremely detestable. Feng Guanglin nodded in agreement. However, her cultivation speed is indeed world-shaking. It's unbelievable that she could become a creator in such a short period of time. She's not a creator. She's just similar to a creator. Zhuo Fan shook his head and said in a low voice, unfortunately, we couldn't capture her. Her cultivation technique is very special. At this moment, the seven emotions divine spirit had already toured the entire purple heaven divine palace and investigated it clearly. There was nothing dangerous or anyone strong. Hence, just as Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin were talking, a golden light suddenly lit up in the ancestral hall. Then, a blurry figure walked out. It was Kui Heng. At the same time, the great Tao laws around the ancestral hall were all affected. The void sealed and the laws froze. The people inside could not get out, and neither could the people outside come in. This space instantly became an isolation zone. The golden light on Kui Heng's body had yet to dissipate, but his gaze had already landed on Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin. He said indifferently, "What's the name of the person you just mentioned?" Chapter 357 Untitled. Chapter 357 Untitled. The moment Kui Heng appeared, Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin immediately felt like they were facing death. Their thoughts were almost stopped, and their body was completely stiff. They could not even react at all. They could only stand there in a daze without moving. Especially when Kui Heng's gaze landed on them, it made their souls leave their bodies. Their minds almost collapsed on the spot, and there was only one emotion left in their minds. Fear. Extreme fear. What kind of existence was this? Just his aura and pressure were so terrifying. Zhuo Fan wished he could grab Feng Guanglin and question him. You said that this was a Tao Lord? Have you seen such a Tao Lord before? What kind of Tao Lord could almost kill a creator with a single glance? Feng Guanglin almost doubted his life. He had seen Kui Heng before, but he had never felt this way. It was only at this moment that he understood why Kui Heng had let him go back. He did not seem to be worried that he would gather his strength to take revenge. Because the other party did not care at all. Feng Guanglin could clearly feel how small he was. Facing Kui Heng's indifferent gaze, he felt like a speck of dust, extremely small. Why was this happening? How could such a powerful existence appear in the Purple Sun realm? Kui Heng stared at the two of them quietly for a moment before retracting his aura. His gaze became calm as he said indifferently, "Answer my question." Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Their bodies were instantly drenched in cold sweat, and their bodies kept trembling. Their faces also turned extremely pale. Just this short experience made them feel like they had escaped death. This made them not dare to have any thoughts of lying to Kui Heng. After calming down slightly, they were about to answer Kui Heng's question. Just then, boom! An incomparably violent tremor suddenly appeared on the ground, actually causing the ancestral hall of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace to tremble. At the same time, a power filled with anger suddenly appeared in the world. A purple sun rose into the sky and countless purple lights descended, actually completely enveloping the void around the ancestral hall. The extremely blazing power of laws actually ignited the void, turning the void outside the ancestral hall into a purple sea of fire that firmly sealed the entire ancestral hall. Immediately after, more than 10 weaker powers appeared, revealing more than 10 lights of different colors outside the ancestral hall. Every light contained a different Tao rune aura. Countless disciples of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace looked up in the direction of the ancestral hall. They saw an old man sitting in the purple sun. His hair and beard were white, and he looked like a sage. They also saw that there was a person standing in the air among the dozen or so lights. There was no lack of familiar figures among these people. They were basically elders who had announced to the public that they had passed away or had disappeared. Moreover, they were basically all creator-level powerhouses. There was only one exception. It was the old man sitting in the purple sun. This was a Tao Lord, grand completion Tao body, a peak 7th realm existence in the immortal world. For a moment, the entire Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was in an uproar. Countless disciples knelt down and shouted, "Disciple greets Master! Disciple greets Ancestral Grandmaster! Disciple greets Ancestral Grandmaster!" Outside the ancestral hall, it was almost a carnival. However, Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin's faces were ashen, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Exalted Immortal, this was definitely not arranged by us. Feng Guanglin could not help but explain. He was afraid that Kui Heng would vent his anger on them and kill them. Exalted Immortal, you know that these methods are no threat to you. Zhuo Fan was already worried about the future of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. They only became like this because they sensed the abnormality in the ancestral hall. How about this, Exalted Immortal? Listen to me. I'll explain to them and let them retreat on their own. They definitely won't be disrespectful to you. Don't attack them, okay? At this moment, he had already recognized reality. Kui Heng's strength far exceeded the limits of what he could withstand, and it also exceeded the limits of what the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace could withstand. This was probably a lord of the heavens at the 8th realm of the immortal world. If he wanted to live and maintain the inheritance of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, he could only lower his stance and beg for mercy immediately. He could not anger the other party. Otherwise, the entire Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace would probably be destroyed. Is that so? Kui Heng looked at Zhuo Fan with a faint smile. Yes, it's like this. They don't know you're here at all, Zhuo Fan hurriedly explained. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that the group of people outside would not say anything disrespectful. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, although Kui Heng had sealed the void outside the ancestral hall and frozen the laws, it did not spread much power. This would easily create a misunderstanding for the people outside. A Tao Lord had sealed off the ancestral hall. If the group of people outside made such a judgment, their first reaction would definitely not be to negotiate but to directly attack and suppress the invader. Now that the purple sun had risen into the sky, there were already such signs. Don't speak, Zhuo Fan kept praying in his heart. A layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He was clearly extremely nervous. May I know which expert has come to our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace? At this moment, a dignified voice came from the sky. It was loud and filled with a violent charm. How audacious. It's over. Zhuo Fan's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant and sat on the ground. He knew very well that his ancestral grandmaster's personality was extremely violent. As long as such a tone appeared, he definitely had the intention to kill. There was no exception. At the same time, the dignified voice continued, "The ancestral hall is the holy land of our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. You actually dare to forcefully seal it. Could it be that you're bullying our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace for having no one? You deserve to die." As soon as this voice fell, more than a dozen voices followed. It was the dozen or so creators shouting sternly, "Come out and die quickly! Come out and die quickly!" Their voices spread everywhere, and many ordinary disciples also shouted, causing the huge city floating in the sky to be filled with shouts for Kui Heng. Kui Heng looked at Zhuo Fan and chuckled. "Is this what you mean by not having any ill intentions?" Zhuo Fan fell silent when he heard this. At this moment, he did not know what to say. He was completely in despair. The Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was finished. "The two of you, organize your words and prepare to answer me." Kui Heng glanced at Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin indifferently before looking up at the sky. His gaze was indifferent and cold as it passed through the ancestral hall without obstruction, and also through the sealed void outside. It split open the space that burned into a purple sea of fire and landed on the high and mighty purple sun. In the next moment, the purple flames that filled the world suddenly froze. The extremely blazing purple sun seemed to have suddenly frozen and stopped moving. The light on it no longer flickered. This sudden change stunned everyone present, and they revealed puzzled expressions. Whether it was the dozen or so creators or the ordinary disciples of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, After seeing this scene, they were all unable to understand why this happened. Could it be that the ancestral master was trying to use some new laws? But it didn't seem like it. Wang. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, the void within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers suddenly trembled violently, almost causing their minds to collapse. Immediately after, most of the people on Purple Sun Star saw something that they would never forget. The high and mighty purple sun suddenly expanded, becoming dozens of times larger than before, then quickly shrank, and finally, boom! It exploded. Chapter 358 A Sealed Supreme Existence of the Heavenly Realm. Chapter 358 A Sealed Supreme Existence of the Heavenly Realm. Light. An extremely bright light filled the sky, followed by a terrifying storm that swept for tens of thousands of kilometers. Under this strong light and hurricane, even the tallest mountain was like a small ball of sand. It could turn into powder with a light touch and sweep up the dust and sand that filled the sky. However, no matter how turbid the sky was, the purple light did not weaken at all. It still shone in the sky and enveloped an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. At the same time, it distorted the nomological Tao runes within this range. The core of a Tao Lord was the Tao body, and the Tao body was the manifestation of a certain law being condensed to the extreme. Therefore, the moment the Tao Lord exploded, the laws of the entire purple sun planet fluctuated extremely violently. Countless disciples of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace were affected. Moreover, the stronger one's cultivation realm was, the greater the impact. The sages and those above the sage realm all sat on the ground, feeling a splitting headache. Their heads were about to explode. Those who had yet to reach the sage realm felt dizzy and almost could not stand steadily. As for the creator-level experts, they vomited blood on the spot and were greatly injured. The dozen or so creators who stood in the various lights and surrounded the ancestral hall of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace were like this, and so were Zhuo Fan and Feng Guanglin beside Kui Heng. At the same time, the other immortal sects on Purple Sun Star also noticed the changes in the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. They all looked over in shock, but no one dared to release their perception to investigate the situation. However, everyone understood what had happened. A Tao Lord had died. The Tao Lord of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, the only Tao Lord of the Purple Sun Realm, had died. What was going on? In this era where the Heaven Realm had disappeared and the Lords of the Heavens had long passed away, would a Tao Lord still die? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubts. However, no one knew the answer. They could only look at the extremely bright purple light with their mouths agape. Gradually, the purple light disappeared, and the world seemed to have returned to calm. Only the chaotic laws in the void told everyone that a Tao Lord had just died. At this moment, the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace had already fallen into silence. Whether it was the ordinary disciples of the mortal world, the immortals of the first three realms, the golden immortals and sages, or even the creators, they were all silent. Now, the influence of the nomological fluctuations on them had already weakened. Even the creators had recovered, but no one made a sound. All the disciples of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace were either sitting there in a daze, standing around with their mouths agape, or lying on the ground. However, their eyes were all looking in one direction. It was in the direction of the explosion of the purple sun. At this point, they still could not believe that their Tao Lord had actually died. And he died in such a baffling way, in a way that they could not understand at all. He was clearly not attacked at all. Why did he suddenly explode? Moreover, after the explosion, there was nothing left of him. His body and soul were destroyed. Even his Tao body, which had been condensed and purified to the peak, was reduced to ashes. How could such a thing happen? It's over, it's over, it's all over. Zhuo Fan sat on the ground and looked at the sky outside with a dull expression. He muttered, "It's completely over." He might be the only person in the entire Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace who knew what had just happened. What caused the death of their Tao Lord was Kui Heng's gaze. Zhuo Fan was relatively close to Kui Heng. He noticed Kui Heng's gaze outside. Even if it was just a glimpse with the corner of his eye, it made him tremble in fear and his mind almost exploded. At that time, His only thought was that if he had endured that gaze head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would definitely have died instantly. Then, the purple sun outside exploded. What kind of power was this? What kind of realm was this? Was this a lord of the heavens? Kui Heng stood there. He had already restrained his aura and looked at Zhuo Fan quietly. After a long while, he said, "Let's continue our previous topic." What topic? Zhuo Fan subconsciously asked. At the same time, he shrank back and looked at Kui Heng with fear in his eyes. His entire body was trembling. "You remember?" Kui Heng smiled. "I remember. Yes, I remember." Zhuo Fan hurriedly nodded and then replied respectfully, "You're asking about that sword immortal Wuxia. Her surname is Jiang and she calls herself Hengxia. She said that she's from Daoju Star, which is also called the Zuishu Star or Star of Original Sin." Kui Heng fell silent for a moment before saying with a sigh, "Continue, tell me everything you know about her." Yes. Zhuo Fan nodded and said, 400 years ago, she came to the Purple Sun realm through a teleportation array left behind by a branch of our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. She was originally on Tai Kang Star. Because she was only a heaven immortal at the beginning, no one cared about her. However, in less than 100 years, she became a sage king and was only one step away from becoming a creator. This attracted our attention. Such a fast cultivation speed meant that her cultivation technique was definitely extraordinary. It might even be a heaven realm technique, so we were tempted. After Jiang Hengxia became a sage king, we invited her over on the basis that Purple Sunstar would soon have a creator giving a lecture, trying to exchange cultivation techniques with her. However, she kept her mouth shut about this and never revealed her cultivation method at all. She was also very wary of us. Other than listening to the creator's teachings, she almost never communicated with us. At first, we were still patient and wanted to try our best to obtain the cultivation technique she cultivated with gentle methods. Unexpectedly, she became a creator not long after. We knew that we couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Hengxia's cultivation technique is completely illogical. Her speed is too fast. If we waited any longer, we won't have a chance anymore. Hence, I ordered 5 creators to take the initiative to capture Jiang Hengxia and forcefully snatch her cultivation technique. However, I didn't expect her strength to far exceed that of ordinary creators, and she actually killed the 5 people I sent. It was only then that I realized that Jiang Hengxia's realm was not that of a creator at all. She had not even cultivated a Dao body. She cultivated another system and another path. The strength she possessed far exceeded that of a creator. At that time, I regretted it a little, but there was no turning back in this world, so I could only continue walking forward. In the end, Jiang Hengxia killed 2 more creators and more than 10 sage kings. As he spoke, his expression became sorrowful and filled with pain. He muttered to himself, "At that time, I really shouldn't have attacked her because of greed. If I hadn't attacked her, perhaps I would have been able to become a lord of the heavens in peace. If I had become a lord of the heavens, I probably wouldn't have ended up in my current state." Zhuo Fan's mind seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and his consciousness was not very clear. Such a creator who had cultivated a Dao body suddenly began to mutter. Kui Heng stared at him and frowned slightly. Then, with a flick of his finger, a breeze appeared out of thin air and blew past Zhuo Fan's head. "Ah!" Zhuo Fan suddenly shouted. At the same time, his body trembled, and his originally turbid eyes became clear. His mind returned to normal. Then, Zhuo Fan's expression changed. He realized that he had just said something he shouldn't have said. "You just said that if you hadn't attacked Hengxia, you might have been able to become a lord of the heavens safely." Kui Heng looked at Zhuo Fan with a faint smile. Does the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace really have a way to communicate with the Heaven Realm and obtain the authority bestowed by the Heaven Realm? Previously, he had obtained a secret from the ancient books of the Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion. The Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was very close to the Heaven Realm. Even when the Heaven Realm was young, they could still contact the Heaven Realm and even obtain resources to assist in cultivation. Zhuo Fan fell silent when he heard this. At the same time, he lowered his head. But after a moment, he still let out a long sigh and said, You're right, but you're also wrong. Oh. Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. What do you mean? I do have a way to obtain the authority bestowed by the Heaven Realm, but I don't have a way to communicate with the Heaven Realm, Shuofan said in a low voice. The one which can help me become a lord of the heavens is not from the Heaven Realm, but an incomparably powerful existence. I don't know much about this existence. I only know that he was once a famous existence in the Heaven Realm. It's just that because he was sealed in the spatial rift, he could only reveal a trace of weak power at special times and places. But just this trace of power can greatly extend the lifespan of a Lord of the Heavens, and it can even directly give out a portion of the heavens' authority. Towards the end, he could not help but become excited, his eyes filled with fascination. Kui Heng could tell that Shuofan's mental state was obviously abnormal again. However, this was not because something had happened to his soul again. Instead, it was the effect of the topic they were discussing which affected Shuofan's mental state. It was as if as long as it was about the Lord of the Heavens, he would involuntarily feel excited and yearning. This is a deep psychological hint. It won't even appear in the soul. Kui Heng looked at Shuofan in surprise. He does have some methods. It was indeed profound to the point that he did not discover this immediately. It could even be said to be the most brilliant technique he had seen since he transmigrated. Was this a Heaven Realm mighty figure? Was he at the 9th realm of the immortal world or higher? Thinking of this, Kui Heng immediately became vigilant. If this was an existence that had surpassed the 9th realm of the immortal world, wouldn't he be in danger? Hence, he continued to ask Shuofan calmly, how did you communicate with the people of the Heaven Realm? How did Jiang Hengxia affect you becoming a Lord of the Heavens? Chapter 359 White Lotus Lord of the Heavens, the source of all outer Tao. Chapter 359 White Lotus Lord of the Heavens, the source of all outer Tao. Exalted Immortal, our Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace keeps a treasure to communicate with that big shot from the Heaven Realm. Shuofan said respectfully, as long as one offers enough contribution, one can activate this treasure and open a spatial rift at a specific time. They can then establish a connection with that big shot. Now, he no longer dared to hide anything from Kui Heng. With that, he took out a disc. The radius of this disc was only about 3 inches, and it was also very thin. It was no thicker than half a knuckle and was completely green, like an ancient bronze artifact. The back of the disc was carved with complicated and exquisite patterns. There were clouds, the sun, divine dragons, and flying phoenixes. The overall design was exquisite. On the back of the disc were 36 small diamond-shaped grooves. They were clearly used to place something. Was this what Shuofan meant by sufficient contribution? Kui Heng was a little puzzled. He stared at the disc and immediately analyzed its essence and saw the laws intertwined on it. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then, he chuckled and said, so you just need to place 36 crystals in these grooves. If I cast a spell and touch the laws and principles on it, I can activate it and use it. If I'm not wrong, what should be placed on these grooves is actually the immortal true essence. He sensed the charm of burning life and dharma and logos on this disc. There was even some undying aura wrapped around it, which was extremely similar to the immortal true essence. Moreover, this was most likely not the pure immortal true essence. It was very likely that it had been cultivated by a martial artist. The Dharma and logos intertwined on it were obtained from a martial artist's lifetime of cultivation. Coupled with the fact that Purple Sun Heaven had spread the immortal true essence martial technique to the starry skies below, it was not difficult for Kui Heng to make this guess. If that was really the case, then to the former Purple Sun Heaven and the current Purple Sun Realm, the immortal true essence that had been stripped away after martial cultivation was really a rather important resource. Not only could it be used to help the Sage Kings refine a Tao body, but it could also be used to forge weapons at the 7th realm. Now, he had discovered another use for it, which was to activate this treasure and establish a connection with the sealed Heaven Realm figure. It could be said to be quite useful. Yes. Shuofan nodded, and his body began to break out in cold sweat again. He knew very well that the disc was actually consuming the lives of martial artists. Every piece of immortal true essence meant the death of a martial artist. However, he did not know how to explain this matter. He did not even have a chance to push the blame. After all, this was already the practice in the Purple Sun Heaven era. It had been too long. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you now. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Continue. Previously, you said that you had already completed your contributions 300 years ago. Why didn't you become a Lord of the Heavens at that time? Because Jiang Hengxia obtained a Heaven Realm Supreme treasure from somewhere. Zhuo Fan lowered his head and suppressed the resentment in his heart as he said calmly. She suddenly appeared when I burned the 36 immortal true essence and was about to open the spatial rift. She activated the Heaven Realm Supreme treasure, opened the Heaven Gate, and barged in. At that time, most of the Purple Sun realm produced violent spatial fluctuations that directly covered the effect of the disk. It was impossible to establish a stable connection with that existence. Although Zhuo Fan tried his best to endure it, Kui Heng could still hear the anger and helplessness in his voice very clearly. However, he did not dare to show it. This emotion could be said to be extremely uncomfortable. However, such a person was not worthy of any pity. He had purely reaped what he sowed. If not for him coveting Jiang Qiqi's martial technique and wanting to capture her, how could he have been targeted by Jiang Qiqi and ended up like this? Heaven Realm Supreme Treasure? Kui Heng was a little surprised. He did not expect this outcome. He thought to himself, looks like Qiqi had many fortuitous encounters after coming to the Purple Sun realm. She actually obtained a Heaven Realm Supreme Treasure. I wonder what she wants to do by entering the Heaven Gate. Is there a reason why she has to go, or is it purely to destroy Zhuo Fan's schemes? Is entering the Heaven Gate just a helpless move? When Zhuo Fan saw Kui Heng fall into deep thought, he immediately became uneasy. He had already sensed that the expert in front of him most likely had a deep relationship with Jiang Hengxia. An unprecedented fear and panic filled the creator's heart again. After a while, Kui Heng suddenly looked at Zhuo Fan again and said in a low voice, "Bring all the ancient books in the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace to me later." Ah! Zhuo Fan was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect Kui Heng to make such a request. Ancient books. Although the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace was indeed the faction with the most books in the entire Purple Sun realm, no one had ever cared about this in the past. Most of the ancient books described the Purple Sun Heaven. Now that the Purple Sun Heaven had long collapsed, the things recorded in them were naturally meaningless to most people. What did this ridiculously powerful existence want these books for? However, although Zhuo Fan was puzzled, he did not dare to ask further. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, yes. I'll follow Exalted Immortal's orders. I'll move all our books over now." With that, he rushed out of the ancestral hall and towards the library of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. However, as soon as he moved, Zhuo Fan realized that his body had frozen and he could not move at all. He immediately panicked and turned to look at Kui Heng, saying with a trembling voice, "Exalted Immortal, this is." "I said later, not now." Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. "I still have something to ask you. What's going on with the Holy Mother of White Lotus on Divine Might Planet? A god that could make even creators worship willingly could not be just a fictional existence. It had to be the main body of an existence. For example, the Tao god worshipped by Daoi Palace on Daoju Star and Divine Lord Tianhe worshipped by the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect of the Heavenly Void World. This Holy Mother of White Lotus definitely had a real body." Zhuo Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Kui Heng's first sentence, but after hearing Kui Heng's next question, his heart was in his throat again. He said with a bitter expression, "Exalted Immortal, are you trying to become enemies with the Holy Mother of White Lotus?" Oh! Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. For Zhuo Fan to ask such a question at this time, it was enough to show that this Holy Mother of White Lotus was not simple. "Tell me, Exalted Immortal, this Holy Mother of White Lotus is a Lord of the Heavens." Zhuo Fan was clearly a little flustered and nervous. There are 3 higher heavens, 9 middle heavens, and 24 lower heavens under the heaven realm. The White Lotus lifeless heaven is one of the 3 higher heavens. It's on the same level as the Buddhist Light Pure Land and the Tao Technique's immortal realm. It's also known as the source of all outer Tao in the myriad worlds. The strength of the lords of the heavens from the higher heavens are extremely vast, far stronger than the lords of the heavens of the middle heavens. The Holy Mother of White Lotus is a lord of the heavens from a higher heaven. Legend has it that she alone is enough to suppress all the middle heavens lords of the heavens. This is also why there's only one immortal sect on the huge divine might planet, the White Lotus lifeless sect. No one dares to compete there at all. 3 higher heavens, consisting of the outer Tao, Buddhist sect, and Tao sect. Kui Heng noticed this and chuckled. The myriad worlds track the source of all outer Tao, the source of all Buddhist sects, and the source of all Tao sects. It's very neat. This made him even more curious about the former heaven realm. What kind of force was it, and what goals did they have to actually be able to unite these 3 giants? At the same time, he became more and more afraid of this heaven realm, and his desire to break through to the soul formation realm became stronger. He had to break through as soon as possible. Once he broke through to the soul formation realm, not only would he obtain an increase in his essence of life and cultivation, but the system could also further increase his survival methods and activate new functions. Hence, Kui Heng waved his hand and said to Zhuo Fan, "Go, move all your books over." "Yes, exalted immortal." Zhuo Fan hurriedly bowed and left. Then, Kui Heng turned his gaze to Feng Guanglin, who had been sitting at the side. He chuckled and said, "Did you hear what I asked Zhuo Fan to do just now?" "Yes, yes." Feng Guanglin immediately jolted and nodded. "I heard, exalted immortal. What do you want me to do? Please tell me." "Go and inform all the immortal sects on Purple Sun Star. I want all their ancient books, especially those from the Purple Sun Heaven era." Kui Heng went straight to the point. "I'll exchange the myriad techniques return to 1 pills with them and tell them some rules that they should follow in the future. The environment on Purple Sun Star is also a little chaotic and needs a stable order." He had begun to transform the Purple Sun realm. In the void, where billions of great Tao gathered, where endless laws gathered. There was nothing here, no sun, moon, or stars. There was only pure white light, as if it was the purest thing in the myriad worlds. It was incomparably holy. If one observed carefully, they would discover that these lights were actually formed by countless extremely tiny particles, and every tiny particle looked like a pure white lotus. In the deepest part of this pure and white sea of light, a blurry human figure could be vaguely seen. The figure was slender and seemed to be a woman. Her body was incomparably huge. If she was in the starry sky of the universe, just one of her hands would be the size of an ordinary planet. Every move she made had a terrifying power that could shake planets. This was a giant god that could run rampant in the starry sky. However, such a huge god seemed to have been sleeping here for a long time. She only lay quietly in this pure white light, as if she could sleep for eternity. Suddenly, buzz! The pure sea of light actually surged with waves, instantly condensing into a holy and pure lotus platform above the huge figure. "Who dares to take away my faith?" Chapter 360 Nascent Soul finally reaches perfection. Chapter 360 Nascent Soul finally reaches perfection. Frightened by Kui Heng's aura, all the immortal sects on Purple Sun Star obediently sent their books over. They did not even dare to take the myriad techniques return to 1 pills. They only hoped that Kui Heng would not attack them. After all, the scene of the previous Tao Lord dying was too exaggerated. It simply exceeded the limits of their understanding. It made everyone feel extreme fear. However, Kui Heng naturally could not agree to this. How could he take the books for nothing? Wouldn't that be equivalent to owing a favor? That would be a loss. Therefore, he still gave the myriad techniques return to 1 pills to every immortal sect that provided ancient books. This could be considered as a transaction. They didn't owe each other anything. However, after collecting the various books, Kui Heng did not let these people leave. Instead, he called Zhuo Fan and the other sect masters of the immortal sects over. He was prepared to warn them about something. Zhuo Fan stood at the front with a very respectful attitude. The few sect masters beside him also wore respectful clothes and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Kui Heng's gaze swept across Zhuo Fan and the others and he said in a low voice, "Other than buying your books, there's another very important thing to tell you." Zhuo Fan immediately nodded and said, "Exalted Immortal, please speak. We're all ears." The other sect masters of the immortal sects hurriedly echoed, their attitudes extremely humble. In the past, anyone who saw them in such a state would definitely suspect that they were seeing things or hallucinating. If it was neither, then they would be dreaming. Zhuo Fan was the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace and also the true master of Purple Sun Star. This was almost equivalent to the current master of the Purple Sun Realm. The other leaders of the immortal sects were also the strongest and most powerful people in the entire Purple Sun Realm. Now, they were all like humble servants who knelt respectfully in front of Kui Heng. "This time, I only called you over to say one thing," Kui Heng said solemnly. "It's about establishing a new order. I will establish a rule on Purple Sun Planet that can ensure the safety of most people. Be it ordinary mortals or the high and mighty creators, they will all be treated equally under this rule and enjoy the same level of safety. No matter who breaks the rules of order, they will be punished accordingly. It won't be different regardless of whether this person is an ordinary person or a creator. In the future, it won't just be Purple Sunstar that will be like this. Taikang Planet and Divine Might Planet will also be like this. The entire Purple Sun Realm and the starry skies of the myriad worlds outside will also be like this. Of course, those who have cultivated successfully are still stronger than ordinary people in the end. They can take on better positions under this order and have more benefits. However, everything is difficult in the beginning. While the rules of order are established, there needs to be clear examples. As long as there are examples, it will be easier for others to believe in this new law of order. Now that I've told you these things, I hope that you can be an example in the future and lead the people of Purple Sunstar to an era of safety filled with order." After saying this, Zhuo Fan and the others were dumbfounded. They could not help but reveal dumbfounded expressions. What was going on? Order. Safety. Let ordinary people live as safely as the creators. Was this something a Lord of the Heavens would care about? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Of course, they did not dare to express their emotions. After their initial shock, they quickly adjusted their expressions and bowed respectfully to Kui Heng. "Exalted Immortal, you're willing to establish a safe and complete order for the starry skies of the myriad worlds. Your merit is truly boundless. This is a great deed. What Exalted Immortal is going to do will definitely be the greatest thing since the birth of the myriad worlds. Exalted Immortal, this is a blessing for the countless living beings in the starry skies." Zhuo Fan and the others rushed to promise and praise. "There's no need to talk nonsense." Kui Heng shook his head gently. His gaze swept across these people and he said in a low voice, "A new order will be established soon. At that time, I'll watch your performance." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuo Fan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the Exalted Immortal was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as they led all the disciples in their sect to focus on cooperating with this new order, there should not be any problems. However, their hearts were still filled with doubts. An expert like Exalted Immortal was definitely an outstanding existence among the Lords of the Heavens. Why did he care about the lives of ordinary people? In the eyes of Zhuo Fan and the others, all living beings below the Sage Realm were just a group of ants. It was not worth caring about at all. Of course, due to Kui Heng's might, they did not dare to show such emotions. They only followed Kui Heng's will respectfully. While making the arrangements on Purple Sunstar, Wuxia felt a warmth on his back. Howl. Hua appeared from behind him and shook its head. "Wuxia, Immortal Venerable wants you to bring Liu Litao to Purple Sunstar to establish order. The Great Ju Imperial Court will grant him a royal title." This was the second 9-fire flame dragon that Kui Heng had created. At first, it was to ensure Wuxia's safety in the heavenly void world. Later on, it followed Wuxia. As Hua did not have any ambition, it was basically lying down and waiting to improve. Even so, its cultivation realm had actually already reached the mid-stage nascent soul realm. It could be said to be very powerful. However, its intelligence still did not seem to be very high. Perhaps it was because it was too lazy to use its brain, but it still liked to howl, just like when it was born. Sir has already subdued Purple Sun Star? Wuxia could not help but be surprised. He sighed and said, as expected of Sir, he's indeed powerful. From his perspective, not long after Kui Heng left Divine Might Planet, he had actually subdued the entire Purple Sun Star. Such speed was really breathtaking. After all, Purple Sun Star was the largest planet in the entire Purple Sun realm. There were many forces on it, and there were even top immortal sects like the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. Not to mention subduing them, even walking through these forces would take a lot of time. The might of the immortal venerable is naturally immeasurable. Hua chuckled. Roar, let's go and find Liu Litao. Kui Heng had a very clear plan for governing the Purple Sun realm. Divine Might Planet was deeply plagued by the faith of the sects. Even if they resolved the White Lotus lifeless sect, there was no way to let the people who worshipped the Holy Mother of White Lotus return to the normal path. He could only take his time. Therefore, the core of the Great Jew would stay on Divine Might Planet and be personally governed by Li Mingqiong. She would gradually nibble away at the territory of the White Lotus lifeless sect and free the people's minds that had been fooled by the Holy Mother of White Lotus, guiding them to return to the right path. All the immortal sects on Purple Sun Star had already submitted. That was why Kui Heng called Liu Litao and Wuxia over. At the same time, Hua would guard them to directly build a secure country of the Great Jew to implement the policies of the Great Jew and establish a new order. As for Taikang Star, there was no hurry. As long as the Purple Sun Star and Divine Might Star had already implemented the rules of the new order, Taikang Star would naturally follow suit. Of course, if Taikang Star did not take advantage of the situation, Kui Heng would personally go over to persuade them. However, for the current him, the most important thing was to read the books he had obtained from Purple Sun Star and understand more about the secrets of Purple Sun Heaven. Kui Heng could clearly feel that his nascent soul cultivation was about to reach a critical point. He estimated that after digesting the gains from Purple Sun Star, he would be able to truly reach the peak of the nascent soul realm. At that time, his nascent soul would be completely perfected. He would only be short of the feedback from changing the world. As a fragment of the Purple Sun Heaven, the Purple Sun realm had an extraordinary influence on the starry skies of the myriad worlds. As long as he could complete the transformation of the Purple Sun realm, he would definitely be able to obtain incomparably huge feedback. This way, the soul formation realm was no longer far. The Heaven realm ruled the entire central world. It was the peak of the myriad worlds and it was mysterious and endless. There are 3 higher heavens, 9 middle heavens, and 24 lower heavens under the Heaven realm. Purple Sun Heaven was one of the 9 middle heavens. It was said that at its peak, an existence at the 9th realm had once appeared. However, because it had existed for a long time, it was impossible to verify the identity of this 9th realm existence. The furthest timeline that these books could trace back to was only more than 400,000 years ago. Beyond that, there were only stories similar to myths and legends. However, even so, Kui Heng still learned a lot of information. He had roughly understood the entire Purple Sun Heaven, what kind of forces, inheritances, and important figures there were. If he wanted to, he could even directly materialize a large portion of the Purple Sun Heaven through the divine power of illusory descent. Other than this, he also learned some important secrets. For example, why did Lord of the Heavens Xiang lead so many Tao Lords to attack the Saint Demon Heaven back then? Why he had to explore that ruin, as well as the true origin of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. These secrets provided Kui Heng with quite a bit of feedback, allowing his nascent soul cultivation to increase further. Finally, 10 years later, everyone on Purple Sun Star sensed something and subconsciously looked up at the sky. The light and shadow of a purple mansion golden hall appeared, emitting an incomparably profound Tao rune aura. It was as if it was everywhere and was reflected in the eyes of every living being on Purple Sun Star. At this moment, Purple Sun Star had already established some order under the efforts of Liu Litao, Wuxia, and Hua. Even such an earth-shattering scene did not cause much of a stir. However, the creators were all extremely shocked. In their perception, the purple mansion golden hall floating in the sky seemed to be the manifestation of the origin of all laws and great Tao. It was as if a heavenly realm had descended. At this moment, Kui Heng's nascent soul was finally completely perfected. He had truly reached the limit of the nascent soul realm and reached the peak. There was only room for improvement in front of him. As long as he accumulated enough, he could attempt to break through the soul formation realm. What Kui Heng needed to accumulate now was naturally not his cultivation realm, but the feedback from the transformation of this world. What Kui Heng needed to accumulate now was naturally not his cultivation realm, but the feedback from the transformation of this world. The transformation of Purple Sunstar had been going on for 10 years. Although the speed of advancement was extremely fast, Purple Sunstar was too big. Limited by the problem of communication of information, many places could not be ruled effectively, let alone establish new rules of order. But even so, it increased Kui Heng's feedback greatly. In the past 10 years, his accumulation had increased greatly. In the Purple Mansion Golden Hall, the nascent soul's body was already filled with purple gold light. This light spread endlessly, as if it had no end. An incomparably mysterious charm was brewing on the nascent soul. As long as he accumulated enough purple gold light, Kui Heng could begin to prepare to officially break through to the soul formation realm. This required the complete transformation of the purple sun realm. According to Kui Heng's own estimation, it would probably take more than 100 years. After all, Purple Sunstar was too big. It was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens to establish a kingdom with unified laws on such a huge planet. This would definitely take a long time. Other than Purple Sunstar, there was also a situation on Tai Kang Star. Just as Kui Heng had expected, as long as a stable order could be implemented and bring tangible benefits, there was no need to implement it externally. Tai Kang Star would take the initiative to learn it. This was indeed the case now. After 10 years of implementation, Purple Sunstar and Divine Might Star became safer and more stable. Tai Kang Star spontaneously began to learn and mimic this kind of order. In order to speed up their learning, Kui Heng sent Zheng Nanxuan over to guide the reforms on Tai Kang Star. Of course, in order to ensure her safety, the 9-fire flame dragon, Wuxia, who had already reached the mid-stage nascent soul realm, went with her. Now that the rules of order on Purple Sunstar were being implemented in an orderly manner, and Tai Kang Star had also begun to take off, Divine Might Planet was the first to encounter some trouble. The source of this trouble was the White Lotus lifeless sect that had yet to be completely destroyed. Divine Might Planet. Great Ju Imperial Palace, Qinzheng Hall. Li Mingqiang sat on a chair and frowned slightly. She closed her eyes and pondered. She was very puzzled by what was happening in the Great Ju. After more than 20 years of progress, the Great Ju had already occupied more than half of Divine Might Planet. Even the places that had yet to be occupied already had experts in place to suppress the White Lotus lifeless sect. Therefore, from 3 to 4 years ago, the believers of the White Lotus lifeless sect could only hide in a corner. Moreover, there were constantly believers who gave up their former faith and turned to the Great Ju. It was as if the situation was completely hopeless. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Mingqiang was confident that she could take down the entire Divine Might Planet within 10 years. However, in the past year, strange things have happened frequently. The people who had already settled down in the Great Ju and even married and had children suddenly gave up on their originally harmonious family and ran to the ravines to continue worshipping the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Moreover, they were the lowest-level believers. Even if they were found by the people of the Great Ju, they had no intention of repentance and even wanted to commit suicide. This was completely abnormal. The Great Ju had order and rules. Everyone was equal in terms of the country's laws. Even the most ordinary mortals had the same rights and safety as the creators, but their division of labor would be different. Life was also very prosperous and safe. People did not have to worry that they would never wake up again. If they ran away from the Great Ju to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus, not only would they lose their stable and rich living environment, but they would also have to live every day in danger. They would have to worry every day about whether they could see the sun tomorrow. Most importantly, they would be greatly oppressed. In the White Lotus lifeless sect, believers of different levels had completely different statuses and authority. The believers who defected from the Great Jew were at the lowest level, and their status was even worse than cows and horses. Under normal circumstances, anyone with a normal mind would not give up their life in the Great Jew to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus. But now, something was very wrong. The number of people who defected from the Great Jew actually increased year by year. Recently, there was even a matter of everyone from a county defecting to the depths of the mountain to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus. At first, Li Mingqiong thought that the Creator Realm expert of the White Lotus lifeless sect had taken action, so she sent the yellow-scarfed strongman to investigate, but she did not find any traces. Those who had defected from the Great Jew had all changed their minds without warning. They did not even make any preparations before running off. They did not even bring food with them and left empty-handed. Why is this happening? Li Mingqiong frowned, puzzled. Actually, she also wanted to ask Kui Heng, but after careful consideration, she gave up on the idea. After all, Kui Heng was in seclusion studying books. She did not want to disturb her master's cultivation. Moreover, governing the country was her own cultivation. In her opinion, this was a problem that she should solve alone. She could not trouble her master for everything. Otherwise, this would not be her cultivation. Could it be that the Holy Mother of White Lotus has made a move? Li Mingqiong's heart skipped a beat as she thought of the supreme god worshipped by the White Light lifeless sect. Kui Heng had once told her that this Holy Mother of White Lotus was a real god. She was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Actually, after Kui Heng learned about the situation with the Holy Mother of White Lotus, he planned to directly destroy the White Lotus lifeless sect on Divine Might Planet. But after checking the condition of the ordinary people on Divine Might Planet, he gave up on this plan. Once these ordinary people lost their faith, they might directly collapse or even commit suicide. Hence, while Li Mingqiong expanded her territory, she used the yellow-scarfed guardian god to preach and take over the empty spiritual worlds of ordinary people to complete a smooth transition. However, the recent situation had already made it impossible for it to be smooth. Originally, I wanted to personally go to the White Lotus lifeless sect to investigate. Now, it seems that it's still too dangerous to do so. Li Mingqiong thought to herself, if it's really this Holy Mother of White Lotus, then I have to look for Master. As an emperor who had ruled the country for hundreds of years, she knew very well that it was important to be careful when something happened. It was impossible for her to do something as stupid as risking her life alone and letting Kui Heng save her. Therefore, after suspecting that a god was using divine powers against her country, Li Mingqiong immediately gave up on the idea of taking action herself and decided to report it to Kui Heng first. However, she was busy with the Great Jew and could not leave immediately. Moreover, to her, the safest place was in the Great Jew. Therefore, she sent someone to look for the yellow-scarfed strongman and asked him to look for Kui Heng to explain her guess. After making these arrangements, Li Mingqiong pondered for a while and muttered, however, I can't just wait for Master to help. I have to make some preparations first. Then, she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. Her divine sense instantly emptied, and then everything in the entire Great Jew appeared in her perception. This was a unique method of the path of national fate. As long as she entered a meditative state, she could see everything within the country. Even an ant could not escape her sight. As long as she entered this state, Li Mingqiong, the emperor, would know everything in her country. 100,000 miles away from the western border of the Great Jew, there was a vast and boundless desert. It was extremely hot all year round, and the ground was as if it was on fire. It was difficult for ordinary people to even survive here. However, in the middle of this desert was an oasis that occupied an area of 10 kilometers. It was filled with vitality. In the middle of the oasis was a huge white jade lotus statue. Surrounded by them was a magnificent palace. There was a plaque hanging on it. Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace, This was actually the headquarters of the White Lotus lifeless sect on Divine Might Planet, and also the place where the White Lotus goddess had descended in legends. Even now, every 1,000 years, a saintess would appear out of thin air here. She would bring the decree from the Holy Mother and guide the sect forward. Therefore, to the White Lotus lifeless sect of the Divine Might Planet, this was the core of the core, the Holy Land of the Holy Land. It had an unparalleled special meaning. Just a year ago, the saintess of this generation appeared out of thin air here. She brought the decree of the Holy Mother of White Lotus and said that someone was bullying her believers in this realm. She wanted the people of the White Lotus lifeless sect to immediately attack, capture them, and burn them alive. Of course, the sinner was powerful and they could not act rashly. Moreover, his whereabouts were hidden. He had to be lured out first. Hence, in the past year, there had been people who often defected from the Great Jew to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Actually, it was all the work of this saintess. At this moment, in the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace, the current sect master of the White Lotus lifeless sect, Song Tan, was kneeling on the ground. His attitude and expression were very respectful. In front of Song Tan was a white jade lotus throne with a young girl sitting on it. She looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Her facial features were exquisite, and her face was picturesque. Her appearance could be said to be extremely beautiful. She sat on the lotus throne and formed lotus seals with her hands, looking holy and mysterious. Her eyes were bright and penetrating, as if they could see through all the illusions in the world. As long as one looked at her, they would feel their body and mind empty, as if they had returned to their most primitive and pure state. This was the saintess of the White Lotus lifeless sect who had descended here a year ago. Saintess, there's still no movement from the Great Jew. Song Tan lowered his head, not daring to look at the saintess at all. His tone was incomparably respectful. Then continue letting more people come over, the saintess said indifferently. One day, that person won't be able to stand it anymore and will jump out himself. Only then will I be able to attack. Yes, saintess. Song Tan nodded, but he was a little puzzled. Why didn't they attack directly? Why did they have to use such a method to lure the snake out of its hole? You have doubts. The saintess saw through Song Dao's thoughts. I wouldn't dare. Song Tan hurriedly shook his head. Speak. Her tone was still as calm as an ancient well as she said indifferently, actually, even if you don't ask, I know what you're thinking. Why don't you just say it? Song Tan was silent for a moment. In the end, he took a deep breath and asked, Saintess, you seem to be a little afraid of Kui Heng. Actually, with your strength, you can completely kill him. Is that so? The saintess shook her head gently and said indifferently, you know his true strength. After the heaven realm disappeared, no new lord of the heavens was born in the myriad worlds. He should be a Tao lord. Song Tan voiced his judgment. He was originally very sure, but after hearing the saintess' tone, he could not help but doubt his analysis. How can someone who dares to steal the faith of the Holy Mother be just a small Tao lord? The saintess smiled faintly. This person must have something strange about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such guts. There's no lack of unexpected experts in this world, so we have to be careful no matter what we do. Let's test him bit by bit first to lure the snake out of its hole and slowly figure out his strength. When we make a move in the end, we must have complete confidence in success and have the determination to win. Only then can we resolve the problem in one go. Chapter 362 The Loophole in the Heart State, Not Unexpected. Chapter 362 The Loophole in the Heart State, Not Unexpected. Purple Sunstar, inside the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace. Kui Heng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. In his Niwen Palace, endless purple gold divine light gathered around his nascent soul, like a boundless sea. His nascent soul was soaked in the center of this sea of purple gold divine light, sublimating bit by bit. While optimizing his dharmic powers and essence, he also saw a higher realm. He was already very close to the soul formation realm. The purple golden divine light is still not enough. Kui Heng slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, moreover, I feel that something is missing. There are some parts that are not harmonious enough. What can it be? Going from the nascent soul realm to the soul formation realm was a huge leap. The essence of life would be sublimated to the extreme, and the power of divine powers would also increase countless times. This hurdle was naturally extremely difficult to break through. As Kui Heng accumulated more and more purple golden divine light, he could vaguely feel that he had neglected a very important thing, but he could not figure out what it was for a moment. This was a very mysterious feeling. Even he was not very sure if this feeling was real. He could only rely on constantly accumulating the purple golden divine light to make this feeling more and more clear so that he could truly find the problem and solve it. On the path of cultivation, the role of a master and Tao companions are really very important. Kui Heng could not help but sigh with emotion. This was not the first time he had such thoughts. His cultivation path was not clear. He only had a general concept and path. The exact details had to be comprehended, studied, and even guessed by himself. There was no clear method for breaking through. For example, the question he encountered now. If he had a master to lead the way, he only needed to ask what was going on to obtain an answer. It was not difficult at all. Even without a master, if there was a Tao companion of the same realm, they could discuss their comprehension of cultivation and thoughts on breaking through to the next realm. They could make up for each other's strengths and stimulate inspiration. Perhaps they could also find the problem. However, to Kui Heng, he could only figure it out and study it himself. There was no guide, no companion. Right now, I can only accumulate enough purple golden divine light to strengthen my perception of this discordant part as much as possible and gradually find the problem. Kui Heng sighed softly. He suddenly felt a little frustrated in his heart as inexplicable thoughts appeared in his mind. Why was his cultivation so difficult? Why did he have to study how to break through himself? He even guessed that this primary grade immortal technique was too weak. What did it have to be like this? I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't have much to pursue. I just want no one in this world to be able to kill me. Why was it so difficult? Why? The moment he felt this frustration, the entire purple sunstar instantly became covered in dark clouds. The world was filled with an incomparably oppressive aura. Many martial artists with higher realms and stronger perception of the laws of heaven and earth even knelt down on the spot. Their entire bodies trembled, and their faces were pale with fear. This situation first happened on Purple Sunstar, then spread to the Great Ju dynasty on Divine Might Planet and the place where the rules of order were beginning to be implemented on Taikang Star. Li Mingqiong, Hui Shi, Liu Litao, and the others all felt a sense of suffocation at this moment. They looked at the sky in shock. In just a few breaths, this oppressive aura filled most of the Purple Sun realm. After a while, in the Five Views realm that was separated from the Purple Sun realm by the endless starry skies, this oppressive aura also appeared, causing the expressions of more than 1,000 sages to change in unison. They looked up in horror. In the Wu dynasty palace, Pei Qingshu looked at the dark sky in surprise and muttered, What kind of power and great divine power is this? Unbelievable. Daoju Star and the heavenly void world were also affected. Countless gods and martial artists became terrified and did not understand what was going on. However, this oppressive aura did not last long. Kui Heng quickly realized that something was wrong with his mental state. He immediately restrained his emotions. At the same time, the Purple Sun realm, the Five Views realm, the Daoju Star, and the heavenly void world also returned to normal. Many martial artists above the Sage realm had just recovered from the huge mental impact, and their soul strength had even increased. Kui Heng frowned and thought to himself, ever since I broke through to the nascent soul realm, why are there always problems with my mental state? Although it's still within a controllable range, it's inevitable that it will become more serious in the future. I have to think of a way to resolve this. Is it because this is actually one of the necessary tests to break through to the soul formation realm? Do I need to maintain a clear mind at all times? This is not impossible. However, if that's the case, then there's a problem. Why aren't my thoughts clear enough? Is it just the frustration caused by the blurry cultivation path? Or are there other reasons? He stood up and paced around, starting to carefully analyze his experiences after stepping into the nascent soul realm. What aspects of himself were not enough? Dharma spells? That's not right. Whether it was the miniature 1,000-mile court, the 9-fire flame dragon, the 5 thunder true technique, or the myriad heavens teleportation immortal incantation, law and order, resurrection, heavenly thunder origin magnetic divine light, and other spells I had obtained later, I had already cultivated them to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Knowledge? That's not right either. I've never slacked off in terms of exploring knowledge. Comprehension of the great Tao laws? That didn't seem right as well. As I explored the unknown and cultivated Dharma spells deeper, my comprehension of the great Tao laws had naturally increased. Especially after I began to modify the world, I could even rely on my own will to modify the great Tao laws of the outside world. At this level, my comprehension of the great Tao laws are extremely deep. But if it wasn't these, then what was it? Kui Heng was lost in thought. At this moment, he suddenly sensed the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, Shuo Fan, kneeling outside. Behind him stood a tall and burly figure. It was the yellow-scarved strongman. Kui Heng temporarily restrained his thoughts and said to the outside, "Come in." Then, Zhuo Fan and the yellow-scarved strongman walked in together. The two of them bowed at the same time and said in unison, "Greetings, Immortal Venerable." Kui Heng nodded slightly and asked, "What is it?" "Immortal Venerable, this Lord Immortal claims to be your servant," Zhuo Fan explained. "Immortal Venerable, there's an abnormality in the Great Jew." The yellow-scarved strongman reported respectfully, "It's like this." He explained the situation on Divine Might Planet's Great Jew and added, "Empress Li suspects that the Holy Mother of White Lotus has secretly taken action. She doesn't dare to act rashly, so she asked me to come over and tell you about this." Holy Mother of White Lotus? Kui Heng was stunned when he heard that. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The Holy Mother of White Lotus is a Lord of the Heavens realm expert. She's at least an 8th realm expert, and the Great Jew didn't show any strength that can compare to the 8th realm. If it's her, her methods probably won't be so gentle. Unless she wants to lure me out. She probably wants to lure me out. At that time, the White Lotus Lifeless sect will have the full initiative. They can also attack me quickly after making preparations. They actually have such guts." The yellow-scarved strongman was in disbelief. In his understanding, Kui Heng was an omnipotent being. Whoever dared to scheme against Kui Heng was completely tired of living. Why wouldn't they dare? Kui Heng shook his head and chuckled. "After all, my reputation and strength have never been known. The White Lotus Lifeless sect most likely doesn't even know what realm I'm at." At this point, he suddenly paused and felt a light flash across his mind. He thought to himself, "That's right. Many people don't even know my reputation, strength, or even my existence. It was fine when I was on Daoju Star, but after I arrived at the 5 Views realm, the situation became even more serious. Until I facilitated the Wu dynasty to unify the 5 Views realm and fully implemented the rules of order, most people did not even know of my existence. Ever since I reached the nascent soul realm, I've been staying behind the scenes. Most of the things are left to others to do. I haven't interacted much with the outside world. There seem to be problems with my mental state from then. It seems to have started after I did this. In that case, is it that my thoughts aren't clear enough, or perhaps it's because I haven't interacted much with the outside world? That's not right. These two are not directly related. Then compared to when I was at the Grand Completion Golden Core realm, what am I missing now? Moreover, I'm still related to the outside world. Thinking of this, Kui Heng's expression suddenly became a little strange. Following this train of thought, there seemed to be only one thing he had done less after reaching the nascent soul realm. Show of divinity. Ever since he cultivated to the nascent soul realm, he rarely revealed his strength in front of others. If he analyzed his heart carefully, in the past, when he showed his divinity in front of others, it could indeed make him feel good. If that's really the case, it's a little ridiculous. Kui Heng's thoughts raced as he muttered, "However, it's not impossible to try. Of course, I still have to be sufficiently prepared." I have to prepare the life-saving methods, escape methods, and the right to enter the grotto heaven first. With this thought in mind, the aura on his body suddenly became ostentatious. From the originally calm sea, it became like the rising sun. Scar. Yellow-scarved strongman. Kui Heng suddenly shouted. Yes. The yellow-scarved strongman immediately kowtowed. Pass down my decree. The aura on Kui Heng's body rose steadily, and his entire body began to emit a purple-gold divine light. He said in a low voice, "Order the Divine Might Planet's White Lotus Lifeless sect to immediately burn down the Holy Mother of White Lotus statue and temple and submit to the Great Jew. The deadline is within a month. I will personally go to those who haven't submitted. Don't say that I didn't warn them. Since they want to lure me out, I'll come out and give them a huge gift." Chapter 363 What is complete preparation? Chapter 363 What is complete preparation? Divine Might Planet, Great Jew Imperial City. Li Mingqiang was in a meditative state every day, monitoring every blade of grass and tree in the Great Jew Kingdom. However, she was still unable to stop the people from defecting and leaving the Great Jew to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus. It was useless even if she forcefully held them back. These people who had made up their minds to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus were already hopeless. Once they realized that they could not escape from the Great Jew, they would directly commit suicide. Faced with this situation, Li Mingqiang had also tried to directly modify the thoughts of these people and erase their thoughts of wanting to escape from the Great Jew to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus. But this was still useless. That was because after she erased this thought, another one would immediately be born. The thought of escaping from the Great Jew to worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus seemed to have completely taken root in the person's body. It was completely impossible to eradicate it quickly unless one destroyed that person's consciousness. However, this was no different from killing them. It was impossible for Li Mingqiang to do that. Now, she was completely helpless. There was no way to deal with this strange appearance at all. She could only wait for Kui Heng's response. Empress Li, Immortal Venerable's decree has arrived. Just as Li Mingqiang was frowning, the yellow-scarved strongman's voice suddenly sounded from the void. He had probably used a voice transmission technique from afar to inform her of this news. It's Master's decree. She was immediately overjoyed. She hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully in the direction of the voice. Respectfully accepting Master's decree. At the same time, she was looking forward to how Kui Heng would resolve this matter. After a while, the yellow-scarved strongman arrived in front of the Qingjing Hall. After walking in, he said with a solemn expression, "Announce the immortal Dharmic edict. The White Lotus lifeless sect of the Divine Might Planet will immediately burn down the statue of the Holy Mother of White Lotus and the temple and submit to the Great Jew. The deadline is 1 month. Those who haven't submitted will be personally visited by Immortal Venerable and he will persuade the remaining believers of the White Lotus lifeless sect to return to the Great Jew." What? Li Mingqiang was stunned when she heard the contents of the decree. Her face revealed shock and confusion as she muttered, "Master is actually going to personally take action." This outcome really surprised her. In her impression, Kui Heng had always disdained to personally take action. He basically let his disciples, servants, or the creatures he created take action. In Li Mingqiang's opinion, this was very normal. After all, her master was a supreme existence with an extremely high realm. The golden immortals, limitless golden immortals, sages, and creators they had encountered in the past were not worth him personally taking action. But this time, he was actually going to attack personally. Li Mingqiang became nervous and thought to herself, "Looks like the enemy is really very powerful. However, it's the Holy Mother of White Lotus's honor to be able to let Master personally take action." As for whether Kui Heng would succeed, she did not even think about it. In her understanding, her master was definitely invincible. Therefore, as this thought flashed through her mind, she bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, Master." Then, Li Mingqiang's voice spread throughout the entire Great Jew and reached the ears of every citizen. "I am the Emperor of the Great Jew. The rebels of the White Lotus lifeless sect, listen to my decree. You are to burn all the statues and temples of the White Lotus Goddess within a month and submit to the Great Dew. If you do not comply, at that time, the Supreme Being will descend. You will bear the consequences yourself. Li Mingqiong's decree spread throughout the entire Great Dew. This was also the first time the ordinary people had heard such a strict decree, and it was also the first time they had received a decree to uproot the White Lotus lifeless sect. For a moment, the entire Great Dew was in turmoil. Countless believers of the White Lotus lifeless sect hiding in the Great Dew dynasty were bewildered, not understanding why the Great Dew dynasty's attitude had suddenly changed. Previously, they was clearly just nibbling away at the dynasty bit by bit and slowly planning. Why did they suddenly become so radical? And what was the Supreme Being mentioned in the decree? Such earth-shattering news naturally spread to the oasis in the middle of the desert in the west at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it was sent to the saintess in the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace. Song Tan was still kneeling respectfully under the White Lotus throne. He lowered his head and said, "Saintess, what are you going to do with the Empress's decree? Should we deal with it? There's no need. Just follow the original plan." The saintess shook her head gently, looking confident. Then, the corners of her red lips curled up, revealing a smile that seemed to have succeeded in her scheme. Her beautiful chin curled up slightly as she said with a smile, "The person behind the Great Dew can't hold back anymore. Since he said that there's a month's time, we'll cast this net for another month. After a month, we'll directly pull in the net and fish this big fish out. Saintess is wise." Song Tan immediately kowtowed. Seeing that the saintess was so confident, he naturally did not have any doubts. Moreover, he had never thought that the person behind the Great Dew Kingdom would be a match for the saintess. After all, the saintess of the White Lotus lifeless sect was very special. She was essentially formed by the power of the White Lotus Goddess crossing the void and projecting over, condensing many vital energies and laws in the world. Therefore, although this saintess of the White Lotus lifeless sect had only been born for an extremely short period of time and was only formed by a projection, she was strong enough to fight against a lord of the heavens. She was an eighth realm expert of the immortal world. Moreover, she could become the host of the Holy Mother of White Lotus at any time and unleash the power of a lord of the heavens. With such an identity and status, not to mention in the Purple Sun realm, she could do whatever she wanted in the myriad worlds. The reason why they wanted to lure the snake out of its hole and not directly destroy the Great Dew was because this saintess was more cautious and liked to be completely prepared before attacking. Now that the other party actually dared to jump out himself, he was simply courting death. Song Tan, in a month, announce our location to the public. The saintess' beautiful face was filled with a confident smile. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold as she said in a low voice, "At that time, there will be 18 large arrays and 12 heaven ascension divine weapons waiting for him. Unless he's also a lord of the heavens, he won't be able to escape calamity. I'll make him die without a grave." After letting the yellow-scarved strongman leave, Kui Heng began to prepare. 1 month was not a long time. He had to grasp it well. This was his first true public appearance in the past few hundred years. If he attacked openly and attracted the attention of some supreme existences, it would be dangerous. He had to have enough methods to escape. First, he had to exchange for the right to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance. As long as he entered the Grotto Heaven, everything would be safe and he would not be harmed again. However, entering the Grotto Heaven was only the last resort. If he could rely on his own strength to resist or escape, he still had to do his best. Therefore, he prepared the Myriad Heavens teleportation immortal incantation in advance. At that time, he could directly activate it and escape hundreds of light years away. He was also prepared for the laws. He would directly modify the laws and change the laws on Purple Sun Planet to a state that was beneficial to him but harmful to the enemy. At the same time, he would secretly set up the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique to blur the enemy's perception of the great Tao laws and even everything in the void, affecting their judgment in all aspects. On the basis of the above preparations, he would also condense pure offensive spells like the Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire Technique, Heavenly Thunder Origin Magnetic Divine Light, and 5 Thunder True Heart Technique and hide them in a small hidden space. Using the miniature 1,000-mile court, he could hide them in the range of the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique and attack with all his might while the other party's perception was blurry. Of course, other than these, Kui Heng would also prepare all other methods. For example, using the shifting stars technique in advance to connect a certain space within the range of the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique to the core of a huge star outside the purple sun realm. Of course, he also prepared for his own defense. Changing the laws, preparing the auspicious cloud mandate, true essence spirit, resurrection, and other spells were all for this. Simply put, even if a soul formation existence really appeared, he would be able to escape unscathed the moment he saw the other party. He could even make the other party unable to find his whereabouts at all. As for killing enemies above his level, Kui Heng did not even think about it. On the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the less likely it was to jump realms and fight. This was especially so for the difference between the nascent soul realm and the soul formation realm. It was already extremely heaven-defying and unbelievable for him to escape unscathed from a soul formation cultivator with a peak nascent soul cultivation. After making all kinds of preparations, Kui Heng felt that he was fully armed and could not help but sigh with emotion. I still have to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. A month passed quickly. Just as everyone had expected, the White Lotus lifeless sect completely ignored the Empress of the Great Jew, Li Mingqiang's imperial decree. They had no intention of restraining themselves at all and even wanted to make things worse. In the past month, more and more citizens had betrayed and escaped from the Great Jew. There were even some who began to openly worship the Holy Mother of White Lotus in the Great Jew and even built statues of her. There were also some commoners and martial arts experts who followed the rules of the Great Jew dynasty who were inexplicably killed. Moreover, the deceased were all engraved with the lotus flower mark. It was clearly announcing that this was done by the White Lotus lifeless sect. Everyone in the Great Jew dynasty began to panic. The social environment that had been peaceful for a long time was clearly showing signs of turmoil. Li Mingqiang was extremely busy. In such an atmosphere, a month passed quietly. This was the first day of the second month after the Empress of the Great Jew, Li Mingqiang, issued the decree. Everyone was paying attention to the changes in the sky. Was it really as the Empress of the Great Jew had said, that a supreme being would descend? At this moment, the sky had just turned hazy, and the sky was beginning to brighten. The morning sun was slowly rising when suddenly, buzz! The entire purple sun star suddenly trembled. A purple-gold light seemed to fall from an endless height, tearing through the sky and flying towards the desert to the west of the Great Jew. A vast and direct aura suddenly filled the entire purple sun star, causing all the living beings on this huge planet to feel such a powerful aura. At the same time, in the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace in the middle of the desert to the west, the saintess sitting on the White Lotus Dharma throne suddenly opened her eyes. She looked outside and chuckled. The person who is courting death is here. Chapter 364 5 Elements Primordial Chaos Yin-Yang Reversal Technique. Chapter 364 5 Elements Primordial Chaos Yin-Yang Reversal Technique. The White Lotus Saintess was already prepared. Therefore, in her opinion, Kui Heng was completely courting death by charging over so rashly. He did not take her seriously at all. This was the path to death. The girl who looked holy and pure stood up from the White Lotus throne and looked at the sky. Her teeth opened slightly as she shouted, "Rise for me." The moment Kui Heng descended into the sky above the western desert, 18 pure white lights soared into the sky. They came from different directions and contained different forms of power. Some affected people's cultivation, some cut off their perception of the laws, and some were pure attacks and destruction. However, these powers all had the same source, which was an array formed by white lotus flowers. A total of 18 array formations had been waiting here for a long time. The White Lotus Saintess could not be said to be careless. In order to deal with Kui Heng, she had used almost all her methods. These 18 array formations were the 18 laws projected onto her by the Holy Mother of White Lotus. They could only be used once every 1,000 years. In her opinion, As long as the other party was not a lord of the heavens, it was definitely impossible for him to break through these 18 array formations. Even if these 18 array formations were really broken through, there were still 12 more powerful Heaven Ascension divine weapons. They were genuine treasures. Therefore, the White Lotus Saintess was already certain of the results. No matter what, Kui Heng would die here. The 18 array formations were all at the nomological level. After their power was unleashed, the entire Divine Might planet immediately underwent a tremendous change. The Heaven-Earth Essence Chi on the entire Divine Might planet seemed to have been frozen. Even the Sage Kings could not mobilize it at all. Naturally, the laws were also isolated, making it impossible to sense its existence. This directly caused all the martial artists above the Xiantian realm on Divine Might planet to be able to only rely on the power of their bodies. However, these were only weakening people's strength. They could not cause any substantial damage, nor did they cause any damage. However, as the remaining array formations activated their power, various pure destructive forces began to wreak havoc everywhere on Divine Might planet. First of all the clouds on Divine Might planet were enveloped, and the sky was isolated. This incomparably huge star instantly became pitch black. At the same time, tens of millions of huge tornadoes that were more than 100,000 meters tall appeared in various places on the planet. They were like countless vortexes that wanted to destroy everything in the world. What followed were countless lightning bolts. These lightning bolts were like huge lightning dragons dancing in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, unscrupulously displaying the power of lightning. Meteors from the sky were pulled over by some powerful nomological power. They tore through the sky and fell, forming countless huge fireballs that were about to burn the ground. There were also other disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, floods, and so on that erupted at the same time. The entire Divine Might planet had become an apocalyptic scene. As long as this destructive power spread out, even if not all the living beings on Divine Might planet died, at least 99% of them would be reduced to ashes. Seeing that this destructive power was about to descend, all the living beings on Divine Might planet revealed extremely terrified expressions. But this was a terrifying force that wanted to destroy the entire civilization. Even the Sage Kings could only barely protect themselves from death. The reason being that they could not mobilize the Heaven-Earth Essence Chi, nor could they resonate with the laws to use divine powers. It was naturally difficult for them to save people from afar. Although the tragedy had yet to happen, one could already predict what kind of tragedy would happen next. This made one feel extreme despair. Why is this happening? Who can save me? Who can save me? Whether it's the Empress of the Great Jew or the Holy Mother of White Lotus, who can save me? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. What's going on? Screams, wails, and cries for help sounded on Divine Might planet. But no one had a choice. They could only watch helplessly as the huge tornado attacked, the powerful lightning struck, and the giant meteors flew over. All kinds of doomsday disasters descended. However, everyone in the Great Jew Imperial City was very calm. Li Mingqiong stood at the front and looked at the phenomena and calamities in the sky with a calm expression. In her heart, Kui Heng was an omnipotent existence. She did not have to worry about anything at all. Be still. At this moment, a faint voice descended from the sky. At the same time, an incomparably majestic figure entered the eyes of every citizen of Great Jew. It was Kui Heng. The moment this voice appeared, everything in the Great Jew seemed to have been paused. Whether it was the tornado, the lightning, the meteors falling from the sky, the surging tsunami, or the collapsing mountain range, all of them stopped at this moment. Everyone in the Great Jew was stunned when they saw this scene. They felt that everything in front of them had become a still picture. There were also people from the heavenly void world in the current Great Jew. Some of them recognized Kui Heng and exclaimed, "It's immortal Kui Heng, Her Grace's master. It's indeed him. That's great, that's great. With immortal Kui Heng around, we don't have to worry about anything. Greetings, immortal Kui Heng. Thank you for protecting us." Such exclamations rose and fell, and the voices surged into the sky like waves. Many of the natives of Divine Might planet did not know who Kui Heng was, so they pulled the people around them and asked. After receiving an answer, they immediately kowtowed to Kui Heng. Greetings, exalted immortal. At this moment, Kui Heng was in the sky above the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace. To the current him, letting the great Jew enter a partially stationary state was a very simple matter. It was effortless, and he could not even be considered to be distracted. At this moment, his attention was still on the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace, and he was slightly puzzled. What are they trying to do with such weak array formations? Kui Heng stared at the light revealed by the 18 array formations and thought to himself, are they trying to show weakness and confound me? Ouis. Actually, when he first descended, he had planned to attack with thunderous methods and quickly end the battle. However, the sudden 18 lights caught him off guard. It was too weak. It was really too weak. Although the light of these array formations was at the nomological level, it was not even at the level of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It was only equivalent to having a portion of the characteristics of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. To Kui Heng, it was even weaker than a breeze blowing under the warm spring sun. At this moment, he even had the thought that he was making a mountain out of a molehill by doing his best to deal with an enemy of this level. However, it was only for a moment before Kui Heng immediately extinguished this thought. A lion used its full strength to hunt a rabbit. There was nothing wrong with being careful with any enemy. Hence, in a flash, Kui Heng made his final decision. He attacked with all his might. In the next moment, purple gold light burst out from his body and directly entered the void, turning into countless cloud runes that scattered in all directions, enveloping the void within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Boom! With a loud bang, everything of the 5 elements within the range of the cloud pattern talisman became chaotic. The ground turned into water, metal turned into flames, trees turned into water. Immediately after, the direction of the sky and earth was reversed, and the directions were mixed up. The laws of operation on the physical level also collapsed in an instant. The void within a radius of 100,000 kilometers suddenly turned into a gray world. There was no heaven and earth, no everything. All concepts on the physical level were confused, and even the great Tao laws seemed to no longer exist. 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique. With this spell, Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace no longer existed. Whether it was the 18 array formations that had already been displayed or the 12 heaven ascension divine weapons that were still hidden, they were all reduced to powder and no longer existed. The White Lotus Saintess was still alive, but she had already become disheveled and no longer looked as confident as before. At this moment, all her clothes had been destroyed, and she stood naked in the chaos. Song Tan and the others in the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace had long been reduced to ashes. Only she could rely on the essence of the projection from the Holy Mother of White Lotus to maintain her body from being destroyed. How is this possible? The White Lotus Saintess screamed in horror, her face filled with disbelief. She looked at Kui Heng in disbelief. Then, without thinking, she turned into a stream of light and tried to rush out of this endless chaos and escape. However, Kui Heng's 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique was extremely powerful. Even a soul formation existence would be trapped for a few seconds, let alone a person who had not even reached the late-stage nascent soul realm. The White Lotus Saintess could not even withstand the special environment created by the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique. Not long after she flew, her body and soul began to be disintegrated by the endless chaos and collapsed bit by bit. Although this spell was used to trap people, when the difference in strength was too great, a spell that specialized in trapping people would also become a killing technique. The boundless chaos was originally to destroy the laws of the material level, thereby achieving the effect of confusing direction, perception, and the laws of matter. Such power was not something a person who was not even at the late-stage nascent soul realm could withstand. Kui Heng looked at the White Lotus Saintess who was on the verge of collapse and raised his hand. His expression became a little strange. He really wanted to say, "That's it." It was only the first spell. How many methods and backups had he prepared before coming? In the end, he could finish the battle with just a trapping technique. However, at this moment, The expression on the White Lotus Saintess' face suddenly twisted as she shouted at the top of her lungs. "Holy Mother, save me! Holy Mother, save me!" Chapter 365 Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire, Heavenly Thunder Magnetic Divine Light. Chapter 365 Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire, Heavenly Thunder Magnetic Divine Light. Although this saintess was only a projection of the Holy Mother of White Lotus, she was still a true living being. When facing death, she naturally had the desire to live. Now, she had no time to think about why Kui Heng was so powerful and why the array formation and divine weapons she had carefully prepared could not even withstand a single blow. At this moment, she only wanted to live. Her desire to live overwhelmed everything. She shouted at the top of her lungs and tried her best to ask for help. She really wanted to obtain help before her body and soul completely collapsed. Actually, when the saintess' body and soul began to collapse, the Holy Mother of White Lotus had already sensed it. In the void, where billions of great Tao gathered and endless laws gathered, in the center of a pure white sea of light, a slender female figure slowly stood up. Her huge body naturally carried unparalleled power. Every move she made contained endless great Tao and thousands of laws. She was like the ruler of the heavenly Tao and could command all laws. This is the Holy Mother of White Lotus. She had already sensed the changes on Divine Might Planet. My saintess is equivalent to a sage king. Now, she's actually forced to ask for help. This person who robbed my faith is actually so powerful. The Holy Mother of White Lotus was not angry but happy. The corners of her mouth actually revealed a faint smile. Then let's test him. She gently raised her right hand and slowly slapped down. A layer of phantom fell from her palm and directly crossed the endless void to descend into the purple sun realm. At the same time, in the starry sky outside Divine Might Planet, many of the sage kings and creators who had gathered here to observe the situation suddenly became nervous. They felt a sense of warning in their hearts, as if a disaster was about to befall them. They were all experts from Purple Sun Star and Tai Kang Star. After hearing that Kui Heng was going to attack the White Lotus lifeless sect, they hurriedly rushed over to observe the situation so that they could make preparations according to the outcome of the battle. As for their safety, they were not too worried. This was because Divine Might Planet was huge enough, several times larger than ordinary stars. It was enough to withstand a powerful attack. Under normal circumstances, even a battle between the Lords of the Heavens would not affect the universe outside the planet. None. It should be very safe to watch the battle from space. But the situation didn't seem right. What's going on? Could it be that the White Lotus Saintess has helpers? No way. With immortal Venerable Kui's power, he wouldn't be plotted against here, right? What was that ominous feeling just now? No, what was that? A hand. What a big hand. At first, only some people were puzzled, but soon, someone exclaimed and pointed in a direction in shock, their faces filled with fear. They no longer had the bearings of a creator or a Tao Lord. This was a palm. An incomparably huge palm that pierced through the vast universe and could touch the stars at will was descending from an endless height. Wherever it passed, everything was completely destroyed in an instant. Whether it was the asteroid belts floating in the starry skies of the universe or the planets spinning around the stars, they were all directly destroyed by this huge palm. Just like that, it arrived in the void outside Divine Might Planet. The creators and Tao Lords who were watching the battle were all stunned with expressions of disbelief. They could only stare blankly at the explosion in the distance. With every explosion, a planet was destroyed. Although those were not special planets transformed from Purple Sun Heaven fragments like Divine Might Planet, Tai Kang Star, and Purple Sun Star, they were still planets with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. They were destroyed so easily. Legend had it that if a Lord of the Heavens attacked with all his might, he would have the ability to destroy a planet. However, how did the scene just now look like he was attacking with all his might? It was simply a casual sweep. It's a Lord of the Heavens, it's the Holy Mother of White Lotus. A creator looked at the palm in horror and said with a trembling voice, "It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. Immortal Venerable Kui has angered the Holy Mother of White Lotus. This goddess actually sent her power over. It's all over. The creator who screamed was none other than the sect master of the Purple Sun Heaven Divine Palace, Shuofan. He was also the person who knew the most about the Holy Mother of White Lotus in the entire Purple Sun realm. He knew very well how powerful and terrifying this legendary goddess was, and he knew very well how heavy the weight of a Lord of the Heavens was. Therefore, he had never been confident that Kui Heng was a match for the Holy Mother of White Lotus. At this moment, the palm had already slammed down on Divine Might Star. Although this palm was already the size of an ordinary planet, it still seemed very small compared to the huge Divine Might planet. However, at the same time that this palm slapped down, Divine Might Star actually trembled. The atmosphere in the sky surged, and it was forcefully pushed away by this palm, allowing it to slap down. This incomparably powerful aura seemed to want to shatter the entire Divine Might planet on the spot. However, the moment the palm entered the atmosphere, a force that blurred the laws of matter and the direction of the void suddenly enveloped it. In the next moment, the palm actually changed direction, from slapping down to slapping up. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 366 Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire, Heavenly Thunder Magnetic Divine Light, 2. Chapter 366 Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire, Heavenly Thunder Magnetic Divine Light, 2. At the same time, in the pure sea of light of the White Lotus lifeless heaven, the Holy Mother of White Lotus covered her face with her right hand and was slightly stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. Just now, the power she had sent down earlier had been returned intact. It was still in the state of her palm and she had even slapped herself. However, the Holy Mother of White Lotus was not angry. Instead, her eyes lit up as she chuckled. Interesting. How many years has it been since such an interesting thing has happened in the myriad worlds? As she spoke, she even touched the right side of her face that had been slapped. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This strength is just right. It's indeed the level of when I sent it out. It's not reduced at all. Could it be a fellow Ninth Realm cultivator? Thinking of this, the Holy Mother of White Lotus's mind moved slightly, and a pure white lotus flower flew out of her towering chest. This pure white lotus flower was filled with a holy and flawless aura. It was intertwined with countless great Tao laws, and it was simply like the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Then, this flower swayed gently in the endless sea of light and transformed into a woman who was identical to the White Lotus. However, she was not so large and was only the size of an ordinary person. This incarnation contains 1/10,000th of my origin power and some characteristics of the ninth realm of the immortal world. It should be able to defeat all the lords of the heavens of the 8th realm of the immortal world. Holy Mother of White Lotus looked at the incarnation in front of her and said solemnly, "After you go down, attack with all your might and see if he can withstand it. If he's killed, kill all his subordinates. If you can't kill him, ask him if he's willing to be my Tao companion. I hope to discuss the mysteries of the heavenly Tao with him. If he refuses, I'll personally take action and capture him." She had been alone for too long. Ever since the heaven realm disappeared, only two people stood on the same level as her. The old monk from the Buddhist Light Pure Land, and the ox-nosed guy from the Dharmic Tao Immortal Heaven. However, both of them rejected her, the outer Tao Heavenly Lord, so they did not interact much with each other, let alone be Tao companions who discussed the path of cultivation with each other. It was impossible to break through the heaven gate by cultivating behind closed doors. She urgently needed a Tao companion that she could discuss with, but she had not gained anything in the past hundreds of thousands of years. She could only let herself fall into a deep sleep and extend her lifespan as much as possible. She did not expect to see someone who might be suitable at this time. This was great. Of course, just in case, she did not dare to descend with her main body. Instead, she sent an incarnation that contained 1/10,000th of her origin power. After all, the starry skies of the universe were dangerous. Even if the heaven realm had already disappeared, there might still be existences that could kill a ninth realm expert. No matter what she did, she had to be careful. Even if an accident really happened and her incarnation was destroyed, the damage to her main body would only be 1/10,000th of the original source. It would be replenished in a few thousand years. It was better than losing her life. When the Lords of the Heavens was in the heavenly domain that they controlled, they could use the uniqueness of the heavenly domain to descend to any place under the jurisdiction of the heavenly domain. As for the ban on creators and Tao lords from descending to the lower world, it naturally had no effect on the Lords of the Heavens. However, the jurisdiction of the lower and middle heavens was limited, and it was impossible to cross the heavenly domain to descend. As one of the three higher heavens, the White Lotus lifeless heaven was different. As the controller of the White Lotus lifeless heaven, she could descend to most worlds at will. This naturally included the Purple Sun realm. After the goddess of White Lotus incarnation received the order, she immediately descended outside Purple Sunstar and displayed her full strength without holding back. In an instant, the operations of many planets around Purple Sunstar were directly thrown into chaos. There were even some smaller satellites planets that left their orbits and floated towards the unknown universe. At this moment, Kui Heng was still in the chaos. His act of releasing many spells was interrupted by the palm that had suddenly appeared, and he instantly repatriated it. Now that he suddenly sensed such a powerful aura outside Purple Sunstar, he immediately raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "She's displaying her aura so unscrupulously. She doesn't have good intentions." The level of this power is roughly equivalent to an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but the nature of the power is a little strange. It's also mixed with some high-level great Tao laws. It's roughly equivalent to a relatively powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Was it sent by the Holy Mother of White Lotus to test the waters? Kui Heng made a judgment in his heart and sent the small space that contained all kinds of terrifying spells over without hesitation. Before the incarnation of the Holy Mother of White Lotus could really descend to Purple Sunstar, she suddenly felt that something was wrong with the void beside her. In the next moment, a huge hole appeared in the space beside her. An extremely cold and sinister blue flame that specially burned the soul and contained an evil charm rushed out and enveloped the incarnation of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. "What kind of fire is this?" the incarnation of Holy Mother of White Lotus exclaimed. At this moment, she clearly felt that her soul had been ignited, but she had no way of extinguishing it. She could only watch helplessly as it burned her soul. Great heavenly demon yin fire art. Immediately after, a few more lightning bolts that contained the 5 elements true intent lit up. Accompanied by thunder, it enveloped the incarnation of Holy Mother of White Lotus. At the same time, heavenly thunder magnetic divine light appeared at the same time, turning into countless electric arcs that wrapped around her body. All kinds of spells poured onto her. In a short while, the incarnation of Holy Mother of White Lotus was reduced to ashes. Not to mention completing the mission, she did not even enter Divine Might Planet. Of course, that didn't mean that this was over. The Heavenly Thunder Origin Magnetic Divine Light and the Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire Art were not only used to attack visible targets. There were also those who could not be seen. At the same time that the incarnation was reduced to ashes, Holy Mother of White Lotus also perceived it. Her first reaction was disbelief. How did this happen? Her incarnation had actually turned to ashes so quickly. But before she could think carefully about why, an extremely cold blue flame appeared out of thin air and rushed towards her. There was also an immortal light wrapped in lightning that rushed over at an even faster speed. They crossed the endless void and chased after her. Boom! The pure sea of light that had been silent for countless years rumbled with deafening thunder. The Origin Magnetic Immortal Light had already imprisoned the Holy Mother of White Lotus. At the same time, the dark blue flames produced by the Great Heavenly Demon Yin Fire Art had already begun to ignite from the souls of the Holy Mother of White Lotus feet, breaking through her body and burning her soul. Holy Mother of White Lotus immediately felt a tremble from the depths of her soul. And fear. She could not help but scream. What is this? What kind of flame is this? No, this is impossible. What exactly is this? Under the imprisonment of the heavenly thunder origin magnetic immortal light and the burning of the heavenly demon yin fire art, Holy Mother of White Lotus felt that she had been ravaged and tortured for countless years. However, because Kui Heng had stored these two spells in advance, they dissipated on their own after a period of time. After these two terrifying spells disappeared, Holy Mother of White Lotus realized that her soul was only left with 1/10,000th of its original strength, and her body had become extremely weak. She was in a very miserable state, and he was about to fall from her realm. Her entire body was trembling. Her mind was only left with the faint blue flames and pure white lightning, and her emotions were only filled with fear. After an unknown period of time, Holy Mother of White Lotus finally recovered slightly, but her eyes were still filled with unease and fear. What kind of existence did I provoke? Divine Might Planet. Kui Heng looked at the White Lotus Saintess who had already been dissolved by the chaos and muttered thoughtfully, could this be the standard of the ninth realm of the immortal world? Chapter 367 Lights of the Homes, Light of Humanity. Chapter 367 Lights of the Homes, Light of Humanity. Through the attacks of the heavenly demon yin fire art and the heavenly thunder origin magnetic immortal light, Kui Heng had already sensed the cultivation level of the Holy Mother of White Lotus. Compared to the Lords of the Heavens at the 8th realm, the Holy Mother of White Lotus was indeed much stronger. In terms of body alone, she was about 100,000 times stronger than ordinary Lords of the Heavens. The true difference in strength was even greater. However, if that was the only thing, she might only be at the deeper level of the 8th realm. It was not enough for Kui Heng to think that this was the 9th realm of the immortal world. The reason why Kui Heng made this judgment that this might be the 9th realm of the immortal world was because in his perception, the power of the Holy Mother of White Lotus already truly possessed the characteristics of the heaven domain. It was the ability to use the power of the heavenly Tao to affect the laws of the myriad worlds. The Lords of the Heavens of the 8th realm of the immortal world could only mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao in the heavenly domain they controlled. Holy Mother of White Lotus was different. She could already use this power at any time. This was fundamentally different. To a certain extent, this was already similar to the characteristics of a peak nascent soul cultivator. There was a very obvious gap between her and a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Previously, he had sensed that the high-level Great Tao laws in her incarnation were the evolution of this characteristic. However, the Holy Mother of White Lotus's body had not reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. She was only slightly stronger than ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators. The distance was between tens of thousands to 100,000 times. She was basically a stronger late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Such a leap in strength was far from reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm. At that time, when Kui Heng broke through to the peak of the nascent soul realm, the increase in dharmic powers he obtained could no longer be described with numbers. The increase in this aspect was completely extremely inflated. If this is really the 9th realm of the immortal world, does it mean that the end of the 21 realms of the immortal and mortal world is only a stronger late-stage nascent soul cultivator with the characteristics of a peak nascent soul cultivator? Kui Heng's expression became a little strange. If this guess was true, then the 9th realm of the immortal world was really too weak. Compared to a peak nascent soul cultivator, they were simply like ants. However, this also confirmed his guess when he learned about the situation in the sacred demon heaven. The 9 realms of the immortal world was indeed not the end of cultivation in this world. There must be a stronger realm above this. Perhaps it was hidden in the mysteries of the heaven realm. The establishment of the heaven realm, the division of the myriad worlds, the disappearance of the heaven realm, and the destruction of the purple sun heaven might be related to these higher existences. Kui Heng thought to himself, then what is the level above the 9th realm like? Does it directly cross to a realm similar to the soul formation realm, or does it break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm? Or is it like the 6th realm of the immortal world, the realm between the peak of the nascent soul realm and the soul formation realm? No matter what, my current cultivation is really not safe. I have to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. The 21 realms of the immortal and mortal realms were two different systems. Although some realms had similar characteristics, it was unlikely that they completely corresponded. After all, different cultivation systems had different intentions. Different goals even corresponded to different groups with many different elements. This kind of situation where there was no way to properly correspond was normal. The universe is vast, and there are too many unknowns. Even if I can crush the 9th realm of the immortal world, I can't be complacent because of this. Kui Heng reminded himself again, before I figure out the situation above the 9 realms of the immortal world, I have to be careful. I can't be arrogant like this. After reaching the Soul Formation realm, Kui Heng planned to make a trip to Taihong Star to talk to those who had entered the Heaven Gate and ask about the exact situation inside. He wanted to see if he could find clues to a higher realm. Of course, this was only one of his plans now. Whether he would really take such action in the end depended on how he walked the path to the Soul Formation realm and the situation after the system upgraded. Next, I'll integrate my mental state. Kui Heng was in a very good mood. Then, he waved his hand and removed the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique, revealing his figure in the air. At this moment, be it the people on Divine Might Planet or those outside, they all saw this incomparably majestic figure. At the same time, they saw the Holy Mother of White Lotus Palace that had already been reduced to ruins in the desert below. Now, everyone understood what had just happened. The White Lotus lifeless sect had been destroyed. This great sect that had existed in the Purple Sun realm for hundreds of thousands of years and was rumored to have a supreme existence behind it was destroyed just like that. The entire process only took a few breaths. For a moment, countless people had mixed feelings. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Many emotions filled their hearts. Especially someone like Shuo Fan, who knew that there was a Lord of the Heavens standing behind the White Lotus lifeless sect. He almost suspected that he was hallucinating. He could clearly see that the Holy Mother of White Lotus had already personally taken action. In the end, she still failed to stop the White Lotus lifeless sect from being destroyed. That was a Lord of the Heavens. Below the Heaven realm, there were only 3 such supreme existences. They should be omnipotent. How did this happen? Unbelievable, too unbelievable. Is this the power of the exalted immortal? Zhuo Fan trembled in shock as he stared blankly at Kui Heng's figure. His mouth moved, but he did not know what to say, nor did he dare to say anything. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.